Principles of Sociological Inquiry. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License. Original source, Sailor Academy Open Textbooks. http://www.sailor.org/site/textbooks. Contents. Preface 1. Relevance, balance, and accessibility 2. Chapter 1 Introduction 3. 1.1 Research methods for everyday life 3. 1.1.1 How do we know what we know 3. Learning objectives 3. 1.1.1.1 Different sources of knowledge 4. 1.1.1.2 Ontology and epistemology 6. Key takeaways 7. Exercises 7. 1.1.2 Science, Social Science, and Sociology 8. Learning objectives 8. 1.1.2.1 The Science of Sociology 8. 1.1.2.2 Specific considerations for the social sciences 9. Key takeaways 11. Exercises 12. 1.1.3 Why should we care 12. Learning objectives 12. 1.1.3.1 Consuming research and living with its results 12. 1.1.3.2 Research as employment opportunity 14. Key takeaways 14. Exercises 15. 1.1.4 Design and goals of this text 15. Learning objectives 15. Key takeaways 16. Exercise 16. Chapter 2 Linking methods with theory 17. 2.1 What's theory got to do with it 17. 2.1.1 Micro, Meso, and macro approaches 17. Learning objectives 17. 2.1.1.1 Sociology at 3 different levels 18. Key takeaways 20. Exercises 20. 2.1.2 Paradigms, theories, and how they shape a researcher's approach 20. Learning objectives 20. 2.1.2.1 Paradigms in social science 21. 2.1.2.2 Sociological theories 23. Key takeaways 25. Exercises 26. 2.1.3 Inductive or deductive. 2 different approaches 26. Learning objectives 26. 2.1.3.1 Inductive approaches and some examples 26. 2.1.3.2 Deductive approaches and some examples 27. 2.1.3.3 Complementary approaches 28. Key takeaways 30. Exercises 31. 2.1.4 Revisiting an earlier question 31. Learning objectives 31. Key takeaways 32. Exercise 32. Chapter 3 Research Ethics 33. 3.1 Ethics in Sociological Research 33. 3.1.1 Research on Humans 33. Learning Objectives 33. 3.1.1.1 Human research versus non-human research, 34. 3.1.1.2 A historical look at research on humans, 34. 3.1.1.3 Institutional review boards, 37. Key takeaways, 38. Exercises, 38. 3.1.2 Specific ethical issues to consider, 38. Learning objectives, 38. 3.1.2.1 Informed consent, 39. 3.1.2.2 Protection of identities, 41. 3.1.2.3 Disciplinary considerations, 42. Key takeaways, 43. Exercises, 43. 3.1.3 Ethics at micro, meso, and macro levels, 43. Learning objective, 43. Key takeaways, 46. Exercises, 46. 3.1.4 The practice of science versus the uses of science, 46. Learning objectives, 46. 3.1.4.1 Doing science the ethical way, 47. 3.1.4.2 Using science the ethical way, 48. Key takeaways, 49. Exercises, 49. Chapter 4 Beginning a research project, 50. 4.1 Choosing a topic, 50. 4.1.1 Starting where you already are, 50. Learning objectives, 50. 4.1.1.1 How do you feel about where you already are, 52. 4.1.1.2 What do you know about where you already are, 53. Key takeaways, 53. Exercises, 53. 4.1.2 Is it empirical? 54. Learning objectives, 54. Key takeaways, 56. Exercises, 56. 4.1.3 Is it sociological, 57. Learning objectives, 57. 4.1.3.1 What is sociology, 57. 4.1.3.2 What is not sociology? 58. Key takeaways, 61. Exercises, 61. 4.1.4 Is it a question? 62. Learning objectives, 62. 4.1.4.1 Sociologists as paparazzi, 63. 4.1.4.2 Some specific examples, 64. Key takeaways, 67. Exercises, 67. 4.1.5 Steps, 68. Learning objectives, 68. 4.1.5.1 Feasibility, 68. 4.1.5.2 Field trip. Visit your library, 69. Key takeaways, 70. Exercises, 71. Chapter 5 Research Design, 72. 5.1 How to design a research project, 72. 5.1.1 Goals of the research project, 72. Learning objectives, 72. 5.1.1.1 Exploration, description, explanation, 73. 5.1.1.2 Ideographic or nomothetic. 74. 5.1.1.3 Applied or Basic. 75. Key Takeaways. 76. Exercises. 76. 5.1.2 Qualitative or Quantitative. Some Specific Considerations. 77. Learning Objectives. 77. 5.1.2.1 Causality. 77. 5.1.2.2 Units of Analysis and Units of Observation. 80. 5.1.2.3 Hypotheses. 86. Key Takeaways. 87. Exercises. 88. 5.1.3 Triangulation. 88. Learning Objectives. 88. Key Takeaways. 89. Exercises. 89. 5.1.4 Components of a Research Project. 90. Learning Objectives. 90. 5.1.4.1 Searching for Literature. 90. 5.1.4.2 Reviewing the Literature. 91. 5.1.4.3 Additional Important Components. 93. Key Takeaways. 94. Exercises. 94. Chapter 6 Defining and Measuring Concepts. 96. 6.1 Measurement, Conceptualization and Operationalization. 96. 6.1.1 Measurement. 96. Learning Objectives. 96. 6.1.1.1 What do social scientists measure? 97. 6.1.1.2 How do social scientists measure? 98. Key Takeaways. 99. Exercise. 99. 6.1.2 Conceptualization. 100. Learning Objectives. 100. 6.1.2.1 Concepts and Conceptualization. 100. 6.1.2.2 A word of caution about conceptualization. 102. Key Takeaways. 103. Exercises. 103. 6.1.3 Operationalization. 103. Learning Objectives. 103. 6.1.3.1 Indicators. 104. 6.1.3.2 Putting it all together. 105. Key Takeaways. 106. Exercise. 106. 6.1.4 Measurement Quality. 106. Learning Objectives. 106. 6.1.4.1 Reliability. 107. 6.1.4.2 Validity. 108. Key Takeaways. 109. Exercises. 109. 6.1.5 Complexities in Measurement. 109. Learning Objectives. 109. 6.1.5.1 Levels of Measurement. 110. 6.1.5.2 Indexes, Scales, and Typologies. 111. Key Takeaways. 112. Exercises. 112. Chapter 7 Sampling, 114. 7.1 Who or what? 114. 7.1.1 Populations versus samples. 114. Learning objective. 114. Key takeaways. 115. Exercises. 115. 7.1.2 Sampling in qualitative research. 116. Learning objectives. 116. 7.1.2.1 Non-probability sampling. 116. 7.1.2.2 Types of non-probability samples. 117. Key takeaways. 120. Exercises. 120. 7.1.3 Sampling in quantitative research. 121. Learning objectives. 121. 7.1.3.1 Probability sampling. 121. 7.1.3.2 Types of probability samples. 122. Key takeaways. 128. Exercises. 128. 7.1.4 A word of caution, questions to ask about samples. 129. Learning objectives. 129. 7.1.4.1 Who sampled, how sampled, and for what purpose? 129. Key takeaways. 131. Exercises. 131. Chapter 8 Survey Research, a quantitative technique. 132. 8.1 Why survey research? 132. 8.1.1 Survey research, what is it and when should it be used? 132. Learning objectives. 132. Key takeaway. 133. Exercise. 133. 8.1.2 Pros and cons of survey research. 133. Learning objectives. 133. 8.1.2.1 Strengths of survey method. 134. 8.1.2.2 Weaknesses of survey method. 135. Key takeaways. 135. Exercises. 136. 8.1.3 Types of surveys. 136. Learning objectives. 136. 8.1.3.1 Time. 136. 8.1.3.2 Administration. 140. Key takeaways. 142. Exercises. 143. 8.1.4 Designing effective questions and questionnaires. 143. Learning objectives. 143. 8.1.4.1 Asking effective questions. 143. 8.1.4.2 Response options. 147. 8.1.4.3 Designing questionnaires. 149. Key takeaways. 151. Exercises. 151. 8.1.5 Analysis of survey data. 151. Learning objectives. 151. 8.1.5.1 From completed questionnaires to analyzable data. 152. 8.1.5.2 Identifying patterns. 155. Key takeaways. 158. Exercises. 158. Chapter 9 Interviews, Qualitative and Quantitative Approaches, 160. 9.1 Why Interview Research. 160. 9.1.1 Interview Research, What is it and when should it be used? 160. Learning Objectives. 160. Key Takeaways. 162. Exercise. 162. 9.1.2 Qualitative Interview Techniques and Considerations. 162. Learning Objectives. 162. 9.1.2.1 Conducting Qualitative Interviews. 163. 9.1.2.2 Analysis of Qualitative Interview Data. 166. 9.1.2.3 Strengths and Weaknesses of Qualitative Interviews. 170. Key Takeaways. 171. Exercises. 171. 9.1.3 Quantitative Interview Techniques and Considerations. 171. Learning Objectives. 171. 9.1.3.1 Conducting Quantitative Interviews. 172. 9.1.3.2 Analysis of Quantitative Interview Data. 173. 9.1.3.3 Strengths and Weaknesses of Quantitative Interviews. 174. Key Takeaways. 174. Exercises. 175. 9.1.4 Issues to consider for all interview types. 175. Learning Objectives. 175. 9.1.4.1 Power. 176. 9.1.4.2 Location, Location, Location. 177. 9.1.4.3 Researcher-Respondent Relationship. 178. Key Takeaways. 179. Exercises. 179. Chapter 10 Field Research, A Qualitative Technique, 180. 10.1 Why Field Research. 180. 10.1.1 Field Research, What is it and when to use it? 180. Learning Objectives. 180. Key Takeaways. 184. Exercises. 184. 10.1.2 Pros and Cons of Field Research. 185. Learning Objectives. 185. 10.1.2.1 Strengths of Field Research. 185. 10.1.2.2 Weaknesses of field research. 186. Key takeaways. 187. Exercises. 187. 10.1.3 Getting inch. 188. Learning objectives. 188. 10.1.3.1 Choosing a site. 188. 10.1.3.2 Choosing a role. 190. Key takeaways. 192. Exercises. 193. 10.1.4 Field notes. 193. Learning objectives. 193. 10.1.4.1 Writing in the field. 194. 10.1.4.2 Writing out of the field. 195. Key takeaways. 197. Exercise. 198. 10.1.5 Analysis of field research data. 198. Learning objectives. 198. 10.1.5.1 From description to analysis. 199. Key takeaways. 200. Exercise. 200. Chapter 11 Unobtrusive Research, Qualitative and Quantitative Approaches 201. 11.1 Why unobtrusive research? 201. 11.1.1 Unobtrusive research, what is it and when to use it? 201. Learning objectives. 201. Key takeaways. 202. Exercises. 203. 11.1.2 Pros and cons of unobtrusive research. 203. Learning objectives. 203. 11.1.2.1 Strengths of unobtrusive research. 203. 11.1.2.2 Weaknesses of unobtrusive research. 204. Key takeaways. 205. Exercises. 205. 11.1.3 Unobtrusive data collected by you. 205. Learning objectives. 205. 11.1.3.1 Content analysis. 206. 11.1.3.2 Indirect measures. 209. 11.1.3.3 Analysis of unobtrusive data collected by you. 210. Key takeaways. 212. Exercises. 213. 11.1.4 Analyzing others' data. 213. Learning objectives. 213. Key takeaways. 217. Exercises. 217. 11.1.5 Reliability in unobtrusive research. 217. Learning objectives. 217. Key takeaways. 218. Exercise. 219. Chapter 12 Other methods of data collection and analysis, 220. 12.1 Why additional methods? 220. 12.1.1 Focus Groups. 220. Learning Objectives. 220. Key Takeaways. 224. Exercises. 225. 12.1.2 Experiments. 225. Learning Objectives. 225. Key Takeaways. 230. Exercises. 230. 12.1.3 Ethnomethodology and Conversation Analysis. 230. Learning Objectives. 230. Key Takeaways. 232. Exercise. 232. Chapter 13 Sharing Your Work. 233. 13.1 Research as Public Activity. 233. 13.1.1 Deciding what to share and with whom to share it. 233. Learning Objectives. 233. 13.1.1.1 Sharing it all, the good, the bad, and the ugly. 233. 13.1.1.2 Knowing your audience. 234. Key Takeaways. 235. Exercise. 236. 13.1.2 Presenting your research. 236. Learning Objectives. 236. Key Takeaways. 237. Exercises. 237. 13.1.3 Writing up research results. 238. Learning Objectives. 238. Key Takeaways. 239. Exercises. 240. 13.1.4 Disseminating Findings. 240. Learning Objectives. 240. Key Takeaways. 241. Exercises. 241. Chapter 14 Reading and Understanding Social Research. 243. 14.1 Sociology in Everyday Life. 243. 14.1.1 Reading Reports of Sociological Research. 243. Learning Objectives. 243. Key Takeaways. 248. Exercises. 248. 14.1.2 Being a Responsible Consumer of Research. 248. Learning Objective. 248. Key Takeaway. 249. Exercise. 249. 14.1.3 Media Reports of Sociological Research. 250. Learning Objectives. 250. Key Takeaways. 251. Exercises. 252. 14.1.4 Sociological Research, It's Everywhere. 252. Learning Objectives. 252. Key Takeaways. 254. Exercise. 254. Chapter 15 Research Methods in the Real World, 255. 15.1 Applying what you've learned. 255. 15.1.1 Doing research for a living. 255. Learning objectives. 255. 15.1.1.1 Evaluation research. 256. 15.1.1.2 Market research. 257. 15.1.1.3 Policy and other government research. 258. Key takeaway. 259. Exercise. 259. 15.1.2 Doing research for a cause. 259. Learning objectives. 259. Key takeaways. 261. Exercise. 261. 15.1.3 Public Sociology. 262. Learning objective. 262. Key takeaways. 263. Exercises. 263. 15.1.4 Revisiting an earlier question. Why should we care? 264. Learning objectives. 264. 15.1.4.1 Transferable skills. 264. 15.1.4.2 Understanding yourself, your circumstances, and your world. 267. Key takeaways. 268. Exercises. 268. Preface. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. This textbook has been on my mind since 1994, when I sat in my own undergraduate sociology research methods class, enjoying the material but also wondering about its relevance to my everyday life and future plans. The idea that one day I would be teaching such a class hadn't yet occurred to me. While the importance of understanding research methods is usually clear to students who intend to pursue an advanced degree, I've long thought that we research methods teachers could do a better job of demonstrating to all of our students the relevance of what it is that we're teaching. Today, as an active researcher who uses both qualitative and quantitative methods, I appreciate the need not only for students to understand the relevance of research methods for themselves but also for them to understand the relevance of both qualitative and quantitative techniques for sociological inquiry. Also, as a teacher, I have learned that students will simply not read what they perceive to be boring, full of jargon, or overly technical. Together, my experiences as a student, researcher, and teacher shape the three overriding objectives of this text: relevance, balance, and accessibility. 1. Relevance, balance, and accessibility. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http:// creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. This text emphasizes the relevance of research methods for the everyday lives of its readers, undergraduate students. The book describes how research methodology is useful for students in the multiple roles they fill: 1. As consumers of popular and public information; 2. As citizens in a society where findings from social research shape our laws, policies, and public life; and 3. As current and future employees. You will find connections to these roles throughout and directly within the main text of the book rather than their being relegated to boxes. This material is important, so why discuss it only as a side note? Using a variety of examples from published sociological research, this text also aims to provide balanced coverage of qualitative and quantitative approaches. We'll also cover some of the debates among sociologists on the values and purposes of qualitative and quantitative research. In addition, we'll discuss the strengths and weaknesses of both approaches. Finally, one of the most important goals of this text is to introduce you to the core principles of social research in a way that is straightforward and keeps you engaged. As such, the text reflects public sociology's emphasis on making sociological research accessible and readable. 2. Chapter 1 Introduction. 1.1 Research Methods for Everyday Life. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Do you like to know things? Do you ever wonder what other people know or how they know what they do? Have you ever made a decision, and do you plan to make decisions in the future? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you will probably find the information in this book, particularly the information on research methods, very useful. If you answered no to all of them, I suspect that you will have reconsidered by the time you finish reading this text. Let's begin by focusing on the information in this chapter. Here we'll consider the variety of ways that we know things and what makes social scientific knowledge unique. We'll also consider why any of this might matter to you and preview what's to come in later chapters. 1.1.1 How do we know what we know? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Define research methods. 2. Identify and describe the various ways of knowing presented in this section. 3. Understand the weaknesses of non-systematic ways of knowing. 4. Define ontology and epistemology and explain the difference between the two. If I told you that the world is flat, I'm hoping you would know that I'm wrong. But how do you know that I'm wrong? And why did people once believe that they knew that the world was flat? Presumably the shape of the earth did not change dramatically in the time that we went from knowing one thing about it to knowing the other, however. Something certainly changed our minds. Understanding both what changed our minds, science, and how might tell us a lot about what we know, what we think we know, and what we think we can know. This book is dedicated to understanding exactly how it is that we know what we know. More specifically, we will examine the ways that sociologists come to know social facts. Our focus will be on one particular way of knowing, social scientific research methods. Research methods are a systematic process of inquiry applied to learn something about our social world. But before we take a closer look at research methods, let's consider some of our other sources of knowledge. 3. 1.1.1.1 Different sources of knowledge. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. What do you know about only children? Culturally, our stereotype of children without siblings is that they grow up to be rather spoiled and unpleasant. We might think that the social skills of only children will not be as well developed as those of people who were reared with siblings. However, sociological research shows that children who grow up without siblings are no worse off than their counterparts with siblings when it comes to developing good social skills. Bobbitzer and Downey, 2010. 1. Sociologists consider precisely these types of assumptions that we take for granted when applying research methods in their investigations. Sometimes we find that our assumptions are correct. Often, as in this case, we learn that the thing that everyone seems to know to be true isn't so true after all. 2. Many people seem to know things without having a background in sociology. Of course, they may have been trained in other social science disciplines or in the natural sciences, or perhaps they read about findings from scientific research. However, there are ways we know things that don't involve scientific research methods. Some people know things through experiences they've had, but they may not think about those experiences systematically. Others believe they know things based on selective observation or overgeneralization. Still others may assume that what they've always known to be true is true simply because they've always known it to be true. Let's consider some of these alternative ways of knowing before focusing on sociology's way of knowing. Many of us know things simply because we've experienced them directly. For example, you would know that electric fences can be pretty dangerous and painful if you touched one while standing in a puddle of water. We all probably have times we can recall when we learned something because we experienced it. If you grew up in Minnesota, you would observe plenty of kids learn each winter that it really is true that one's tongue will stick to metal if it's very cold outside. Similarly, if you passed a police officer on a two-lane highway while driving 20 miles over the speed limit, you would probably learn that that's a good way to earn a traffic ticket. So direct experience may get us accurate information, but only if we're lucky, or unlucky, as in the examples provided here. In each of these instances, the observation process isn't really deliberate or formal. Instead, you would come to know what you believe to be true through informal observation. The problem with informal observation is that sometimes it is right, and sometimes it is wrong. And without any systematic process for observing or assessing the accuracy of our observations, we can never really be sure that our informal observations are accurate. Suppose a friend of yours declared that all men lie all the time shortly after she'd learned that her boyfriend had told her a fib. The fact that one man happened to lie to 1. Bobbitzer, D. and Downey, D.B. 2010. Good for nothing? Number of siblings and friendship nominations among adolescents. Presented at the 2010 annual meeting of the American Sociological Association, Atlanta, GA. 2. The findings from the Bobbitzer and Downey study were featured in a number of news articles in 2010. For one such example, see the following article, Moses, A. 2010. Being an only child won't harm social skills. USA Today. Retrieved from http://yourlife/PARENTING-family-2010-08-190-ONLY-C-HILD_N.HTM. Chapter 1-4. Her in one instance came to represent all experiences with all men. But do all men really lie all the time? Probably not. If you prompted your friend to think more broadly about her experiences with men, she would probably acknowledge that she knew many men who, to her knowledge, had never lied to her, and that even her boyfriend didn't generally make a habit of lying. This friend committed what social scientists refer to as selective observation by noticing only the pattern that she wanted to find at the time. If, on the other hand, your friend's experience with her boyfriend had been her only experience with any man, then she would have been committing what social scientists refer to as overgeneralization, assuming that broad patterns exist based on very limited observations. Another way that people claim to know what they know is by looking to what they've always known to be true. There's an urban legend about a woman who for years used to cut both ends off of a ham before putting it in the oven. Michelson and Michelson. 2005. 3. She baked ham that way, because that's the way her mother did it, so clearly that was the way it was supposed to be done. Her mother was the authority, after all. After years of tossing cuts of perfectly good ham into the trash, however, she learned that the only reason her mother ever cut the ends off ham before cooking it was that she didn't have a pan large enough to accommodate the ham without trimming it. Without questioning what we think we know to be true, we may wind up believing things that are actually false. This is most likely to occur when an authority tells us that something is so. Adler and Clark, 2011. For our mothers aren't the only possible authorities we might rely on as sources of knowledge. Other common authorities we might rely on in this way are the government, our schools and teachers, and our churches and ministers. Although it is understandable that someone might believe something to be true because someone he or she looks up to or respects has said it is so, this way of knowing differs from the sociological way of knowing, which is our focus in this text. As a science, sociology relies on a systematic process of inquiry for gaining knowledge. That process, as noted earlier, is called research methods. We'll discuss that process in more detail later in this chapter and throughout the text. For now, simply keep in mind that it is this source of knowledge on which sociologists rely most heavily. Way of knowing description. Informal observation occurs when we make observations without any systematic process for observing or assessing accuracy of what we observed. Table 1.1 Several different ways of knowing. 3. Michelson, B., and Michelson, D.P. 2005. Grandma's Cooking Secret. Retrieved from http://www.snopes.com/weddings. Newlywed/secret ASP. 4. The definition for authority provided here comes from the following source: Adler, E.S., and Clark, R. 2011. An Invitation to Social Research, How It's Done. Belmont, C.A., Wadsworth. 5. Selective observation occurs when we see only those patterns that we want to see, or when we assume that only the patterns we have experienced directly exist. Overgeneralization occurs when we assume that broad patterns exist even when out observations have been limited. Authority. A socially defined source of knowledge that might shape our beliefs about what is true and what is not true. Research methods. An organized, logical way of learning and knowing about our social world. Table 1.1 Several different ways of knowing. In sum, there are many ways that people come to know what they know. These include informal observation, selective observation, overgeneralization, authority, and research methods. Table 1.1 summarizes each of the ways of knowing described here. Of course, some of these ways of knowing are more reliable than others. Being aware of our sources of knowledge helps us evaluate the trustworthiness of specific bits of knowledge we may hold. 1.1.1.2 Ontology and Epistemology. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Thinking about what you know and how you know what you know involves questions of ontology and epistemology. Perhaps you've heard these terms before in a philosophy class, however, they are relevant to the work of sociologists as well. As we sociologists begin to think about finding something out about our social world, we are probably starting from some understanding of what is, what can be known about what is, and what the best mechanism happens to be for learning about what is. Ontology deals with the first part of these sorts of questions. It refers to one's analytic philosophy of the nature of reality. In sociology, a researcher's ontological position might shape the sorts of research questions he or she asks and how those questions are posed. Some sociologists take the position that reality is in the eye of the beholder, and that our job is to understand others' view of reality. Other sociologists feel that, while people may differ in their perception of reality, there is only one true reality. These sociologists are likely to aim to discover that true reality in their research rather than discovering a variety of realities. Chapter 1:6. Like ontology, epistemology has to do with knowledge. But rather than dealing with questions about what is, epistemology deals with questions of how we know what is. In sociology, there are a number of ways to uncover knowledge. We might interview people to understand public opinion about some topic, or perhaps we'll observe them in their natural environment. We could avoid face-to-face interaction altogether by mailing people surveys for them to complete on their own, or by reading what people have to say about their opinions in newspaper editorials. All these are ways that sociologists gain knowledge. Each method of data collection comes with its own set of epistemological assumptions about how to find things out. We'll talk in more depth about these ways of knowing in Survey Research, a Quantitative Technique, page 132, through other methods of data collection and analysis, page 220, our chapters on data collection. Key takeaways. There are several different ways that we know what we know, including informal observation, selective observation, overgeneralization, authority, and research methods. Research methods are a much more reliable source of knowledge than most of our other ways of knowing. A person's ontological perspective shapes her or his beliefs about the nature of reality, or what is. A person's epistemological perspective shapes her or his beliefs about how we know what we know, and the best way, to uncover knowledge. Exercises. 1. Think about a time in the past when you made a bad decision, for example, wore the wrong shoes for hiking, dated the wrong person, chose not to study for an exam, dyed your hair green. What caused you to make this decision? How did any of the ways of knowing described previously contribute to your error-prone decision-making process? How might sociological research methods help you overcome the possibility of committing such errors in the future? 2. Feeling unclear about ontology, epistemology, what is, what we can know, and how we know what we can know. This video may help, or it may not. But it addresses some of these questions, and it's hilarious. I highly recommend it. http://rb_.com/rb_June_04/7. 1.1.2 Science, Social Science and Sociology. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 Learning Objectives 1. Define science. 2. Describe what the phrase sociology is a social science means. 3. Describe the specific considerations of which social scientists should be aware. In How Do We Know What We Know? Page 3, we considered a variety of ways of knowing and the philosophy of knowing. But this is a sociology text rather than a philosophy text. And sociology is a science, or more specifically a social science. In this section, we'll take a closer look at the science of sociology and some specific considerations of which sociological researchers must be aware. 1.1.2.1 The Science of Sociology. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 The sources of knowledge we discussed in How Do We Know What We Know? Page 3, could have been labeled sources of belief. In sociology, however, our aim is to discover knowledge. Because sociology is a science, while we may examine beliefs in order to understand what they are and where they come from, ultimately we aim to contribute to and enhance knowledge. Science is a particular way of knowing that attempts to systematically collect and categorize facts or truths. A key word here is systematically. Conducting science is a deliberate process. Unlike the ways of knowing described in How Do We Know What We Know? Page 3, scientists gather information about facts in a way that is organized and intentional and usually follows a set of predetermined steps. More specifically, sociology is a social science. In other words, sociology uses organized and intentional procedures to uncover facts or truths about society. As you probably recall from your introductory sociology class, sociology is the scientific study of humans in groups. Sociologists study how individuals are shaped by, and create and maintain their social groups. The groups that sociologists study may be as small as individual families, or couples, or as large as whole nations. The main point, however, is that sociologists study human beings in relation to one another. In Linking Methods with Theory, page 17, we'll explore how variations within sociology, such as theoretical perspective, may shape a researcher's approach. For now, the important thing to remember is what makes up sociology as a whole. Two key elements are its focus on human social behavior and its scientific approach toward understanding that behavior. Chapter 1:8. A New Yorker cartoon once portrayed a little boy looking up at his father while the father tells him, "I'm a social scientist, Michael. That means I can't explain electricity or anything like that, but if you ever want to know about people, I'm your man." http www.cartoonbank.com/1986 electricity or anything like that /inv/116658. As the cartoon implies, sociologists aim to understand people. And while the cartoon may also imply that sociologists don't have much to contribute that will be of interest to others, hopefully you will be convinced this is not the case by the time you finish this text. But first, let's move on to a few specific considerations of which all social scientists should be aware. 1.1.2.2 Specific considerations for the social sciences. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. One of the first and most important things to keep in mind about sociology is that sociologists aim to explain patterns in society. Most of the time, a pattern will not explain every single person's experience, a fact about sociology that is both fascinating and frustrating. It is fascinating because, even though the individuals who create a pattern may not be the same over time and may not even know one another, collectively they create a pattern. Those new to sociology may find these patterns frustrating because they may believe that the patterns that describe their gender, their age, or some other facet of their lives don't really represent their experience. It's true. A pattern can exist among your cohort without your individual participation in it. Let's consider some specific examples. One area that sociologists commonly investigate is the impact of a person's social class background on his or her experiences and lot in life. You probably wouldn't be surprised to learn that a person's social class background has an impact on his or her educational attainment and achievement. In fact, one group of researchers, Elwood and Kane, 2000, in the early 1990s found that the percentage of children who did not receive any post-secondary schooling was 4 times greater among those in the lowest quartile income bracket than those in the upper quartile of income earners, i.e., children from high-income families were far more likely than low-income children to go on to college. 5. Another recent study found that having more liquid wealth that can be easily converted into cash actually seems to predict children's math and reading achievement. Elliott, Jung, Kim, and Chow, 2010. 6. These findings that wealth and income shape a child's educational experiences are probably not that shocking to any of us, even if we know someone who may be an exception to the rule. Sometimes the patterns that social scientists observe fit our commonly held beliefs about the way the world works. When this happens, we don't tend to take issue with the fact that patterns don't necessarily represent all people's experiences. But what happens when the patterns disrupt our assumptions? 5. Elwood, D., and Kane, T. 2000. Who gets a college education? Family background and growing gaps in enrollment. In S. Danziger and J. Waldfogel, eds. Securing the Future, pages 283-324. New York, New York, Russell Sage Foundation. 6. Elliott, W., Jung, H., Kim, K., and Chow, G. 2010. A Multi-Group Structural Equation Model, SEM, Examining Asset Holding. Effects on Educational Attainment by Race and Gender. Journal of Children and Poverty, 16, 91, 121. 9. For example, did you know that teachers are far more likely to encourage boys to think critically in school by asking them to expand on answers they give in class and by commenting on boys' remarks and observations? When girls speak up in class, teachers are more likely to simply nod and move on. The pattern of teachers engaging in more complex interactions with boys means that boys and girls do not receive the same educational experience in school. Sadker and Sadker, 1994. 7. You and your classmates, both men and women, may find this news upsetting. Objectors to these findings tend to cite evidence from their own personal experience, refuting that the pattern actually exists. The problem with this response, however, is that objecting to a social pattern on the grounds that it doesn't match one's individual experience misses the point about patterns. Another matter that social scientists must consider is where they stand on the value of basic as opposed to applied research. In essence, this has to do with questions of for whom and for what purpose research is conducted. We can think of basic and applied research as resting on either end of a continuum. In sociology, basic research is sociology for sociology's sake. Nothing more, nothing less. Sometimes researchers are motivated to conduct research simply because they happen to be interested in a topic. In this case, the goal of the research may be to learn more about a topic. Applied research lies at the other end of the continuum. In sociology, applied research refers to sociology that is conducted for some purpose beyond or in addition to a researcher's interest in a topic. Applied research is often client-focused, meaning that the researcher is investigating a question posed by someone other than her or himself. What do you think the purpose of sociology should be? Should sociologists conduct research for its own sake, if it has some identifiable application, or perhaps for something in between? A trend some might say lies near the middle of the basic/applied continuum is public sociology. Public sociology refers the application of sociological theories and research to matters of public interest. You might recall from your introductory sociology class that sociology's origins in fact lie in matters of public interest, the desire to understand the consequences of industrialization and to find solutions for the ills of society. Henslin, 2006. 8. However, all sociologists have never agreed on what the purpose of sociology is or should be. The pendulum of interest in basic research to a more publicly focused sociology has swung back and forth over the many years that sociology has existed. Calhoun, 2007. 9 since 2004, when then president of the American Sociological Association, ASA, Michael Burawa, 2005, 10 delivered a talk to the ASA membership imploring sociologists to become more publicly engaged in their work. A new wave of debate about the purpose of sociology began to build. Today, some argue that public sociology puts too little emphasis on sociology as a science. 11. While others assert that sociology is, has been, and must remain public. Jeffries, 2009. 12. While there are no easy answers here, it is worth taking some time to think about your position on this issue. Your perspective on the purpose of sociology will shape. 7. Sadker, M., and Sadker, D. 1994. Failing at Fairness, How America's Schools Cheat Girls. New York, New York, Maxwell Macmillan. International. 8. Henslin, J.M. 2006. Essentials of Sociology, A Down-to-Earth Approach, 6th ed. Boston, Ma, Allen and Bacon. 9. Calhoun, C. Edition. 2007. Sociology in America, A History. Chicago, Illinois, University of Chicago Press. 10. Burawa, M. 2005-2004 Presidential Address, for Public Sociology. American Sociological Review, 70, 428. 11. See, for example, Matthew Deflam's arguments against public sociology on his website, http://www.savesociology.org. 12. Jeffries, V. Edition. 2009. Handbook of Sociology. Langham, M.D., Roman and Littlefield. Chapter 110. The questions you ask in your research and may even shape how you attempt to answer those questions. Figure 1.1 Continuum of Sociological Research Types and Goals, missing in original. One final consideration that social scientists must be aware of is the difference between qualitative and quantitative methods. Qualitative methods are ways of collecting data that yield results such as words or pictures. Some of the most common qualitative methods in sociology include field research, intensive interviews, and focus groups. Quantitative methods, on the other hand, result in data that can be represented by and condensed into numbers. Survey research is probably the most common quantitative method in sociology, but methods such as content analysis and interviewing can also be conducted in a way that yields quantitative data. While qualitative methods aim to gain an in-depth understanding of a relatively small number of cases, quantitative methods offer less depth but more breadth because they typically focus on a much larger number of cases. Sometimes these two methods are presented or discussed in a way that suggests they are somehow in opposition to one another. The qualitative/quantitative debate is fueled by researchers who may prefer one approach over another, either because their own research questions are better suited to one particular approach or because They happen to have been trained in one specific method. In this text, we'll operate from the perspective that qualitative and quantitative methods are complementary, rather than competing. While these two methodological approaches certainly differ, the main point is that they simply have different goals, strengths, and weaknesses. We'll explore the goals, strengths, and weaknesses of both approaches in more depth in later chapters. In sum, social scientists should be aware of the following considerations. 1. Social science is concerned with patterns in society. 2. While individuals make up patterns, every individual need not be a part of a pattern in order for a pattern to exist. 3. Sociological research projects typically rest somewhere on a continuum from basic research to public sociology to applied research. 4. Qualitative methods are those that yield data such as words or pictures. Quantitative methods are those that yield data such as numbers. Key takeaways. Sociology is a social science focused on patterns in society. Sometimes social science research is conducted for its own sake. Other times it is focused on matters of public interest or on client-determined questions. Social scientists use both qualitative and quantitative methods. While different, these methods are often complementary. 11. Exercises. 1. What should the purpose of sociology be? Posit an argument in favor and against both applied and basic research. 2. Want to know more about what public sociology looks like? Check out the following blog, written by sociological criminologists Chris Uggan, Michelle Inderbitson, and Sarah Wakefield, http://thesaucytypages.org/pubcrim. 3. Feeling confused about how qualitative and quantitative methods can be complementary? Check out this comic strip that depicts the quantitative team number validators joining forces with the qualitative team alpha defenders as they fight to bring down the villain Dr. Plagiarism in the name of academic justice, missing in original. 1.1.3 Why should we care? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Be able to describe and discuss some of the reasons why students should care about social scientific research methods. 2. Identify the types of employment opportunities that exist for those with an understanding of social scientific research methods. At this point, you may be wondering about the relevance of research methods to your life. Whether or not you choose to become a sociologist, you should care about research methods for two basic reasons. A. Research methods are regularly applied to solve social problems and issues that shape how our society is organized, thus you have to live with the results of research methods every day of your life, and b. Understanding research methods might actually help you land a job. 1.1.3.1 Consuming research and living with its results. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Another New Yorker cartoon depicts two men chatting with each other at a bar. One is saying to the other, "Are you just pissing and moaning, or can you verify what you're saying with data?" http://cartoonbank.com/199/are-you-just-pissing-and. Moaning or can you verify what you're saying with data/inv/118737/. Which would you rather be, just a complainer, or someone who can actually verify what you're saying? Understanding research methods and how they work can help position you to actually do more than just complain. Further, whether you know it or not, research. Chapter 112 probably has some impact on your life each and every day. Many of our laws, social policies, and court proceedings are grounded in some degree of empirical research. Jenkins and Kroll Smith, 1996. 13. That's not to say that all laws and social policies are good or make sense. However, you can't have an informed opinion about any of them without understanding where they come from, how they were formed, and what understandings our policymakers relied on in order to craft them. A recent lawsuit against Walmart provides an example of sociological research in action. A sociologist named Professor William Bealby was enlisted by plaintiffs in the suit to conduct an analysis of Walmart's personnel policies in order to support their claim that Walmart engages in gender discriminatory practices. Bealby's analysis shows that Walmart's compensation and promotion decisions may indeed have been vulnerable to gender bias. In June 2011, the United States Supreme Court decided against allowing the case to proceed as a class action lawsuit. 14. While a class action suit was not pursued in this case, consider the impact that such a suit against one of our nation's largest employers could have on companies and their employees around the country, and perhaps even on your individual experience as a consumer. 15. In addition to having to live with laws and policies that have been crafted based on social research, you are also a consumer of all kinds of research, and understanding methods can help you be a smarter consumer. Ever notice the magazine headlines that peer out at you while you are waiting in line to pay for your groceries? They are geared toward piquing your interest and making you believe that you will learn a great deal if you follow the advice in a particular article. However, since you would have no way of knowing whether the magazine's editors had gathered their data from a representative sample of people like you and your friends, you would have no reason to believe that the advice would be worthwhile. By having some understanding of research methods, you could avoid wasting your money by buying the magazine and wasting your time by following inappropriate advice. Pick up or log on to just about any magazine or newspaper, or turn on just about any news broadcast, and chances are you'll hear something about some new and exciting Research results. Understanding research methods will help you read past any hype and ask good questions about what you see and hear. In other words, research methods can help you become a more responsible consumer of public and popular information. And who wouldn't want to be more responsible? 13. Jenkins, P.J., and Kroll-Smith, S. eds. 1996. Witnessing for Sociology, Sociologists in Court. Westport, C.T., Prager. 14. Walmart Stores, Inc. v. Dukes, 564 U.S., 2011. The American Sociological Association filed an amicus brief in support of what would be the class of individuals claiming gender discrimination. You can read the brief at http://asinit.org. Images/press/docs/pdf/amicus_brief_walmart_v_dukes_et_al_pdf. For other recent amicus briefs filed by the ASA, see https://about/amicus_briefs.cfm. 15. Want to know more about the suit against Walmart or about Bealby's analysis for the case? Check out the following sources: Hart, M., and Secunda, P.M. 2009. A Matter of Context, Social Framework Evidence in Employment Discrimination. Class Action. Fordham Law Review, 78, 3770. Retrieved from http://www.fordhamlawreview.org/assets/pdf/vol_78. Secunda_October_2009 PDF. 13. 1.1.3.2 Research as Employment Opportunity. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. There are many potential jobs out there for people with knowledge about how to conduct research. In fact, one of my very first jobs as a college graduate with a BA in sociology was at an evaluation research firm that hired me specifically because of the knowledge I'd gained in my college research methods class. While there, I worked as a data collection coordinator, helping in the evaluation of local domestic violence shelters and transitional housing sites by administering satisfaction surveys to residents. I also helped collect data for a study on community members' thoughts and feelings about where they lived by conducting telephone interviews with a random sample of people who lived in the area. This last project made me much more sensitive than I'd previously been to survey researchers who do cold calling. Without a background in research methods, I would not have been hired for this position. Upon graduation from college, you, too, may enjoy the benefits of employment thanks to having learned social science research methods in college. Some current jobs of sociologists I know include jobs doing research in pharmaceutical companies to understand the social consequences of medications, conducting research for lobbying organizations, working in human resources, and so on. Other recent undergraduate sociology majors went on to conduct market research in the advertising industry, work for the United States Census and other federal government positions, and even help with the collection of data for large social science studies such as the General Social Survey, http://www.norc.uchicago.edu/gss plus website/about+gss. Understanding research methods is important in all these jobs and careers. In addition, in 2009 the Wall Street Journal reported findings from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics and Census Bureau showing that among 200 professions, sociologists have the 8th best job in the world. Needleman, 2009. 16 So now you should have more knowledge about what you might do with your sociology degree. Understanding social scientific research methods can lead to the prospect of a very satisfying career. Key takeaways. Whether we know it or not, our everyday lives are shaped by social scientific research. Understanding social scientific research methods can help us become more astute and more responsible consumers of information. Knowledge about social scientific research methods is useful for a variety of jobs or careers. 16. Needleman, S.E. 2009, January 6. Doing the math to find the good jobs, mathematicians land top spot in new ranking of best and worst occupations in the U.S. Wall Street Journal. Retrieved from http://online.wsj.com/article. SB 12311236117055127 HTML. Chapter 114. Exercises. 1. Page or scroll through a few popular magazines or news sources. Pull out any examples you see of results from social science research being discussed. How much information about the research is provided? What questions do you have about the research? To what extent will the research shape your actions or beliefs? How, if at all, is your answer to that question based on your confidence in the research described? 2. Want to know more about jobs and career possibilities for people with undergraduate sociology degrees? Check out the American Sociological Association's page on employment for sociologists. http://employment/factsoncareers.cfm. 3. Still not convinced about the value of sociology? If you happen to be someone who is swayed by star power, you might wish to peruse the following, which contains a list of famous sociology majors. http://www.asaneti.org/students/famous.cfm. 1.1.4 Design and goals of this text. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License. http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Identify and describe the three main goals of this text. 2. Review the chapter layout for the text. I hope that by this point you're convinced to read on a little further. Let me take an optimistic stance and give you an idea about what to expect for the next few hundred pages. As mentioned previously, 3 main goals shape the choices made about which materials are provided in the text and how those materials are presented. The first of those goals is for the materials presented in this text to have clear relevance to you, whether you choose to pursue a career in research or not. In addition, you'll find that equal time and attention has been given to qualitative and quantitative research methods. Because sociological researchers use both types of methodology, it is important that sociology students gain an understanding of both approaches to research. Finally, I hope that you will find this text engaging and readable. Conducting research is a rewarding and exciting activity. Reading about research should be rewarding as well, and, if not always exciting, it certainly shouldn't put you to sleep. Chapter layout. A quick glance at the table of contents will tell you that there are 15 chapters in all, each contained within some overarching subject group. After we spend the next couple of chapters introducing some general points and concerns about social research, we'll gradually get more specific. 15. Beginning a research project, page 50, through sampling, page 114, outline the procedures involved in planning a research project. We'll consider how to begin a research project, how to design a project, and some issues related to measurement and sampling. We'll move on to the most exciting part of the research process: collecting data. In survey research, a quantitative technique, page 132, through other methods of data collection and analysis, page 220, we'll grant equal time to qualitative and quantitative research methods and examine the methods most commonly used in sociological research. The final set of chapters focuses on the social context of research. In this section, we'll revisit some of the points introduced here in Introduction, page 3, by reminding ourselves of why any of what you've read matters. We'll take a look at some of the principles and practices involved in sharing one's work, consider some tips for being responsible consumers of social scientific research, and review some of the ways that knowledge in research methods comes in handy for those interested in jobs, social change, or simply being engaged members of society. What will be the payoff to you for reading all this material? Hopefully you will feel you've gained a real understanding of research methods, how and why they are relevant to you, and the importance of methods to sociological understanding about our world. Key takeaways: relevance to you, the reader, and accessibility of writing are two major goals of this text. The text will provide equal coverage of qualitative and quantitative approaches to research. Exercise 1. Look ahead and get a better idea of what's to come by perusing the book's table of contents. Chapter 116. Chapter 2 Linking Methods with Theory. 2.1 What's theory got to do with it? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Although what's theory got to do with it doesn't quite roll off the tongue in the way that Tina Turner's 1980s hit What's Love Got to Do with It does, it is nevertheless just as important a question. 1. In this chapter, we'll explore the connections between paradigms, social theories, and social scientific research methods. We'll also consider how one's analytic, paradigmatic, and theoretical perspective might shape or be shaped by her or his methodological choices. In short, we'll answer the question of what theory has to do with research methods. 2.1.1 Micro, Meso, and Macro Approaches. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Describe a micro-level approach to research, and provide an example of a micro-level study. 2. Describe a meso-level approach to research, and provide an example of a meso-level study. 3. Describe a macro-level approach to research, and provide an example of a macro-level study. Before we discuss the more specific details of paradigms and theories, let's look broadly at 3 possible levels of inquiry on which social scientific investigations might be based. These 3 levels demonstrate that while sociologists share some common beliefs about the value of investigating and understanding human interaction, at what level they investigate that interaction will vary. At the micro level, sociologists examine the smallest levels of interaction, even in some cases, just the self alone. Micro-level analyses might include one-on-one interactions between couples or friends. Or perhaps a sociologist is interested in how a person's perception of self is influenced by his or her social context. In each of these cases, the level of inquiry is micro. When sociologists investigate groups, their inquiry is at the meso level. Sociologists who conduct meso-level research might study how norms of 1. Perhaps not everyone will be compelled by this reference to a hit of the 1980s. For those who have no clue who Tina Turner is, let me first say, seriously, and secondly, I highly recommend that you check out the following, http://dailymotion.com/video. 17. Workplace behavior vary across professions or how children's sporting clubs are organized, to cite 2 examples. At the macro level, sociologists examine social structures and institutions. Research at the macro level examines large-scale patterns. In recent years, sociologists have become increasingly interested in the process and impacts of globalization. A study of globalization that examines the interrelationships between nations would be an example of a macro-level study. 2.1.1.1 Sociology at 3 different levels. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Let's take a closer look at some specific examples of sociological research to better understand each of the 3 levels of inquiry described previously. Some topics are best suited to be examined at one particular level, while other topics can be studied at each of the 3 different levels. The particular level of inquiry might shape a sociologist's questions about the topic, or a sociologist might view the topic from different angles depending on the level of inquiry being employed. First, let's consider some examples of different topics that are best suited to a particular level of inquiry. Work by Stephen Marks offers an excellent example of research at the micro level. In one study, Marks and Shelley McDermott, 1996, to draw from prior micro-level theories to empirically study how people balance their roles and identities. In this study, the researchers found that people who experience balance across their multiple roles and activities report lower levels of depression and higher levels of self-esteem and well-being than their less balanced counterparts. In another study, Marks and colleagues examined the conditions under which husbands and wives feel the most balance across their many roles. They found that different factors are important for different genders. For women, having more paid work hours and more couple time were among the most important factors. For men, having leisure time with their nuclear families was important, and role balance decreased as work hours increased. Marks, Houston, Johnson, and McDermott, 2001. 3. Both of these studies fall within the category of micro-level analysis. At the meso level, sociologists tend to study the experiences of groups and the interactions between groups. In a recent book based on their research with Somali immigrants, Kim Hoosman and colleagues, Hoosman, Hoff, Langelier, and Toner, 2011. 4. Examine the interactions between Somalis and Americans in Maine. These researchers found that stereotypes about refugees being unable or unwilling to assimilate and being overly dependent on local social systems are unsubstantiated. In a much different study of group-level interactions, Michael Messner, 2009, 5. Conducted research on children's sports leagues. Messner studied interactions among parent volunteers, among youth participants, and between league organizers and parents, and found that gender boundaries and hierarchies are perpetuated by the 2. Marks, S.R., and McDermott, S.M. 1996. Multiple Roles and the Self, A Theory of Role Balance. Journal of Marriage and the Family, 58, 417 432. 3. Marks, S.R., Houston, T.L., Johnson, E.M., and McDermott, S.M. 2001. Role Balance Among White Married Couples. Journal of Marriage and the Family, 63, 1083-1098. 4. Huisman, K.A., Hoff, M., Langelier, K.M., and Toner, C.N. 2011. Somalis in Maine, Crossing Cultural Currents. New York. New York, Random House. 5. Messner, M.A. 2009. It's All for the Kids, Gender, Families, and Youth Sports. Berkeley, C.A., University of California Press. Chapter 218. Adults who run such leagues. These two studies, while very different in their specific points of focus, have in common their meso-level focus. Sociologists who conduct macro-level research study interactions at the broadest level, such as interactions between nations or comparisons across nations. One example of macro-level research can be seen in a recent article by David Frank and colleagues. Frank, Kemp, and Boucher, 2010. 6. These researchers examined worldwide changes over time in laws regulating sex by comparing laws across a number of countries over a period of many years, 1945-2005. Frank learned that laws regulating rape, adultery, sodomy, and child sexual abuse shifted in focus from protecting larger entities, such as families, to protecting individuals. In another macro-level study, Rupp-Anner, 2010, 7 studied how national levels of gender equality in 25 different countries affect couples' divisions of housework. Rupp-Anner found, among other patterns, that as women's parliamentary representation increases, so, too, does men's participation in housework. While it is true that some topics lend themselves to a particular level of inquiry, there are many topics that could be studied from any of the 3 levels. The choice depends on the specific interest of the researcher, the approach he or she would like to take, and the sorts of questions he or she wants to be able to answer about the topic. Let's look at an example. Gang activity has been a topic of interest to sociologists for many years and has been studied from each of the levels of inquiry described here. At the micro level, sociologists might study the inner workings of a specific gang, communication styles, and what everyday life is like for gang members. Though not written by a sociologist, one example of a micro-level analysis of gang activity can be found in Sanyaka Shakar's 1993 autobiography, Monster. 8. In his book, Shakar describes his former day-to-day life as a member of the Crips in South Central Los Angeles. Shakar's recounting of experiences highlights micro-level interactions between himself, fellow Crips members, and other gangs. At the meso level, sociologists are likely to examine interactions between gangs or perhaps how different branches of the same gang vary from one area to the next. At the macro level, we could compare the impact of gang activity across communities or examine the economic impact of gangs on nations. Excellent examples of gang research at all 3 levels of analysis can be found in the Journal of Gang Research, published by the National Gang Crime Research Center, NGCRC. 9 Sudhir Venkatesh's study, 2008, 10 Gang Leader for a Day, is an example of research on gangs that utilizes all three levels of analysis. Venkatesh conducted participant observation with a gang in Chicago. He learned about the everyday lives of gang members, micro, and how the gang he studied interacted with and fit within the landscape of other gang franchises. Meso. In addition, Venkatesh described the impact of the gang on the broader community and economy, macro. 6. Frank, D., Kemp, B., and Boutshare, S. 2010. Worldwide Trends in the Criminal Regulation of Sex, 1945-2005. American Sociological Review, 75, 867-893. 7. Rupaner, L.E. 2010. Cross-National Reports of Housework, an investigation of the gender empowerment measure. Social Science Research, 39, 963-975. 8. Shocker, S. 1993. Monster, The Autobiography of an L.A. Gang Member. New York, New York, Atlantic Monthly Press. 9. The Journal of Gang Research is the official publication of the National Gang Crime Research Center, NGCRC. You can learn more about the NGCRC and the journal at http://www.ngcrc.com. 10. Venkatesh, S. 2008. Gang Leader for a Day, a rogue sociologist takes to the streets. New York, New York, Penguin Group. 19. Key takeaways. Sociological research can occur at any of the following three analytical levels: micro, meso, or macro. Some topics lend themselves to one particular analytical level while others could be studied from any, or all, of the three levels of analysis. Exercises. 1. Think about a topic that you'd like to study. From what analytical level do you think it makes sense to study your topic? Why? 2. Find an example of published sociological research that examines a single topic from each of the three analytical levels. Describe how the researcher employs each of the three levels in her or his analysis. 3. To learn more about microsociology, check out the Social Psychology section of the American Sociological Association, http://www.ssc.wisc.edu/socialpsych/asa. What does your perusal of this site teach you about the microsociological perspective that you did not know before? 4. To learn more about macrosociology, check out the American Sociological Association's section on global and transnational sociology, http://www.asaneti.org/section global. What does your perusal of this site teach you about the macrosociological perspective that you did not know before? 2.1.2 Paradigms, Theories, and how they shape a researcher's approach. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0 Learning Objectives 1. Define paradigm, and describe the significance of paradigms. 2. Identify and describe the 4 predominant paradigms found in the social sciences. 3. Define theory. 4. Describe the role that theory plays in sociological inquiry. The terms paradigm and theory are often used interchangeably in social science. Although social scientists do not always agree whether these are identical or distinct. Chapter 220. Concepts. In this text, we will make a slight distinction between the two ideas because thinking about each concept as analytically distinct provides a useful framework for understanding the connections between research methods and social scientific ways of thinking. 2.1.2.1 Paradigms in Social Science. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. For our purposes, we'll define paradigm as an analytic lens, a way of viewing the world, and a framework from which to understand the human experience. Kuhn, 1962. 11. It can be difficult to fully grasp the idea of paradigmatic assumptions because we are very ingrained in our own, personal everyday way of thinking. For example, let's look at people's views on abortion. To some, abortion is a medical procedure that should be undertaken at the discretion of each individual woman who might experience an unwanted pregnancy. To others, abortion is murder and members of society should collectively have the right to decide when, if at all, abortion should be undertaken. Chances are, if you have an opinion about this topic, you are pretty certain about the veracity of your perspective. Then again, the person who sits next to you in class may have a very different opinion and yet be equally confident about the truth of his or her perspective. Which of you is correct? You are each operating under a set of assumptions about the way the world does or at least should work. Perhaps your assumptions come from your particular political perspective, which helps shape your view on a variety of social issues, or perhaps your assumptions are based on what you learned from your parents or in church. In any case, there is a paradigm that shapes your stance on the issue. In Introduction, page 3, we discussed the various ways that we know what we know. Paradigms are a way of framing what we know, what we can know, and how we can know it. In social science, there are several predominant paradigms, each with its own unique ontological and epistemological perspective. Let's look at 4 of the most common social scientific paradigms that might guide you as you begin to think about conducting research. The first paradigm we'll consider, called positivism, is probably the framework that comes to mind for many of you when you think of science. Positivism is guided by the Principles of objectivity, knowability, and deductive logic. Deductive logic is discussed in more detail in the section that follows. Auguste Comte, whom you might recall from your introduction to sociology class as the person who coined the term sociology, argued that sociology should be a positivist science. Ritzer and Goodman, 2004. 12. The positivist framework operates from the assumption that society can and should be studied empirically and scientifically. Positivism also calls for a value-free sociology, one in which researchers aim to abandon their biases and values in a quest for objective, empirical, and knowable truth. 11. See Kuhn's seminal work for more on paradigms. Kuhn, T. 1962. The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. Chicago, Illinois. University of Chicago Press. 12. Ritzer, G., and Goodman, D.J. 2004. Classical Sociological Theory, 4th ed. New York, McGraw-Hill. 21. Another predominant paradigm in sociology is social constructionism. Peter Berger and Thomas Luckman, 1966, 13 are credited by many for having developed this perspective in sociology. While positivists seek the truth, the social constructionist framework posits that truth is a varying, socially constructed, and ever-changing notion. This is because we, according to this paradigm, create reality ourselves, as opposed to it simply existing and us working to discover it, through our interactions and our interpretations of those interactions. Key to the social constructionist perspective is the idea that social context and interaction frame our realities. Researchers operating within this framework take keen interest in how people come to socially agree, or disagree, about what is real and true. Consideration of how meanings of different hand gestures vary across different regions of the world aptly demonstrates that meanings are constructed socially and collectively. Think about what it means to you when you see a person raise his or her middle finger. We probably all know that person isn't very happy, nor is the person to whom the finger is being directed. In some societies, it is another gesture, the thumbs up, that raises eyebrows. While the thumbs up may have a particular meaning in our culture, that meaning is not shared across cultures. Wong, 2007. 14. It would be a mistake to think of the social constructionist perspective as only individualistic. While individuals may construct their own realities, groups from a small one such as a married couple to large ones such as nations often agree on notions of what is true and what is. In other words, the meanings that we construct have power beyond the individual people who create them. Therefore, the ways that people work to change such meanings is of as much interest to social constructionists as how they were created in the first place. A third paradigm is the critical paradigm. At its core, the critical paradigm is focused on power, inequality, and social change. Although some rather diverse perspectives are included here, the critical paradigm, in general, includes ideas developed by early social theorists, such as Max Horkheimer, Calhoun, Gertas, Moody, Pfaff, and Verk, 15, and later works developed by feminist scholars, such as Nancy Fraser, 1989. 16. Unlike the positivist paradigm, the critical paradigm posits that social science can never be truly objective or value-free. Further, this paradigm operates from the perspective that scientific investigation should be conducted with the express goal of social change in mind. Finally, postmodernism is a paradigm that challenges almost every way of knowing that many social scientists take for granted. Best and Kellner, 1991. 17. While positivists claim that there is an objective, knowable truth, postmodernists would say that there is not. While social constructionists may argue that truth is in the eye of the beholder, or in the eye of the group that agrees on it, postmodernists may claim that we can never really know such truth because, in the studying and reporting of others' truths, the researcher stamps her or his own truth on the investigation. Finally, while the 13. Berger, P.L., and Luckman, T. 1966. The Social Construction of Reality, a Treatise in the Sociology of Knowledge. New York, New York. Doubleday. 14. For more about how the meanings of hand gestures vary by region, you might read the following blog entry. Wong, W. 2007. The Top 10 Hand Gestures You'd Better Get Right. Retrieved from http://www.languagetrainers.co.uk/blog/2007 09/24/Top 10 Hand Gestures. 15. Calhoun, C., Gertas, J., Moody, J., Pfaff, S., and Verk, I. eds. 2007. Classical Sociological Theory, 2nd ed. Malden, Ma. Blackwell. 16. Fraser, N. 1989. Unruly Practices, Power, Discourse, and Gender in Contemporary Social Theory. Minneapolis, M.N., University of Minnesota Press. 17. Best, S., and Kellner, D. 1991. Postmodern Theory, Critical Interrogations. New York, New York, Guilford. Chapter 222. Critical paradigm may argue that power, inequality, and change shape reality, and truth. A postmodernist may in turn ask, whose power, whose inequality, whose change, whose reality, and whose truth? As you might imagine, the postmodernist paradigm poses quite a challenge for social scientific researchers. How does one study something that may or may not be real, or that is only real in your current and unique experience of it? This fascinating question is worth pondering as you begin to think about conducting your own sociological research. Table 2.1 summarizes each of the paradigms discussed here. Paradigm emphasis assumption. Positivism. Objectivity. Knowability. And deductive, logic. Society can and should be studied empirically and scientifically. Social constructionism, truth as varying, socially constructed, and ever changing. Reality is created collectively, and that social context and interaction frame our realities. Critical power, inequality, and social change. Social science can never be truly value-free and should be conducted with the express goal of social change in mind. Postmodernism, inherent problems with previous paradigms. Truth in any form may or may not be knowable. Table 2.1 Social Scientific Paradigms. 2.1.2.2 Sociological Theories. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Much like paradigms, theories provide a way of looking at the world and of understanding human interaction. Like paradigms, theories can be sweeping in their coverage. Some sociological theories, for example, aim to explain the very existence and continuation of society as we know it. Unlike paradigms, however, theories might be narrower in focus, perhaps just aiming to understand one particular phenomenon. 23. Without attempting to tackle a broader level of explanation. In a nutshell, theory might be thought of as a way of explanation or as an explanatory statement that fits the evidence. Quammen, 2004. 18. At their core, theories can be used to provide explanations of any number or variety of phenomena. They help us answer the why questions we often have about the patterns we observe in social life. Theories also often help us answer our how questions. While paradigms may point us in a particular direction with respect to our why questions, theories more specifically map out the explanation, or the how, behind the why. Introductory sociology textbooks typically teach students about the big three sociological theories: structural functionalism, conflict theory, and symbolic interactionism. Barkin, 2011, Henslin, 2010. 19. Most also mention at least a few additional theories or theorists. Sprague, 1997. 20. As you probably recall from your introductory sociology course, structural functionalists focus on the interrelations between various parts of society and how each part works with the others to make society function in the way that it does. Conflict theorists are interested in questions of power and who wins and who loses based on the way that society is organized. Finally, symbolic interactionists focus on how meaning is created and negotiated through meaningful, i.e., symbolic, interactions. Just as researchers might examine the same topic from different levels of inquiry, so, too, Could they investigate the same topic from different theoretical perspectives? In this case, even their research questions could be the same, but the way they make sense of whatever phenomenon it is they are investigating will be shaped in large part by the theoretical assumptions that lie behind their investigation. Table 2.2 summarizes the major points of focus for each of major three theories and outlines how a researcher might approach the study of the same topic, in this case the study of sport, from each of the three perspectives. Paradigm focuses on a study of sport might examine structural functionalism, interrelations between parts of society, how parts work together, positive, negative, intended, and unintended consequences of professional sport, leagues, conflict theory, who wins and who loses based on the way that society is organized, issues of power in sport, such as differences in access to and participation in sport. Table 2.2 Sociological Theories and the Study of Sport. 18. Quammen, D. 2004, November. Was Darwin wrong? National Geographic, pages 235. 19. Missing in original. 20. See Sprague's 1997 Critique of Social Theory for a compelling and well-developed argument in favor of sociology. Reorganizing theory with the aim of increasing its relevance to social life today and bridging, rather than building, boundaries across diverse perspectives and disciplines. Sprague, J. 1997. Holy Men and Big Guns, the Can-on in Social Theory. Gender and Society, 11, 88, 107. Chapter 224. Symbolic Interactionism. How meaning is created and negotiated through interactions. How the rules of sport are constructed, taught, and learned. Table 2.2 Sociological Theories and the Study of Sport. Within each area of specialization in sociology, there are many other theories that aim to explain more specific types of interactions. For example, within the sociological study of sexual harassment, different theories posit different explanations for why harassment occurs. One theory, first developed by criminologists, is called routine activities theory. It posits that sexual harassment is most likely to occur when a workplace lacks unified groups and when potentially vulnerable targets and motivated offenders are both present. Decaster, Estes, and Mueller, 1999. 21 other theories of sexual harassment, called relational theories, suggest that a person's relationships, such as their marriages or friendships, are the key to understanding why and how workplace sexual harassment occurs and how people will respond to it when it does occur. Morgan, 1999. 22 relational theories focus on the power that different social relationships provide. For example, married people who have supportive partners at home might be more likely than those who lack support at home to report sexual harassment when it occurs. Finally, feminist theories of sexual harassment take a different stance. These theories posit that the way our current gender system is organized, where those who are the most masculine have the most power, best explains why and how workplace sexual harassment occurs. McKinnon, 1979. 23 As you might imagine, which theory a researcher applies to examine the topic of sexual harassment will shape the questions the researcher asks about harassment. It will also shape the explanations the researcher provides for why harassment occurs. Key takeaways. Paradigms shape our everyday view of the world. Sociologists use theory to help frame their research questions and to help them make sense of the answers to those questions. Some sociological theories are rather sweeping in their coverage. An attempt to explain, broadly, how and why societies are organized in particular ways. Other sociological theories aim to explain more specific events or interactions. 21. Decaster, S., Estes, S.B., and Mueller, C.W. 1999. Routine activities and sexual harassment in the workplace. Work and occupations, 26, 21, 49. 22. Morgan, P.A. 1999. Risking Relationships, Understanding the Litigation Choices of Sexually Harassed Women. The Law and Society Review, 33, 201-26. 23. McKinnon, C. 1979. Sexual Harassment of Working Women, A Case of Sex Discrimination. New Haven, CT, Yale University Press. 25. Exercises. 1. Of the four paradigms described, which do you find most compelling? Why? 2. Feeling confused about the social constructionism paradigm? Check out the 10-minute lecture that illustrates this framework online at http://youtube.com/v/gvvwmzastn8. After watching this lecture, come up with a 2 to 4 sentence description of social constructionism that would make sense to someone who has no background in sociological theory. 2.1.3 Inductive or deductive. 2 different approaches. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Describe the inductive approach to research, and provide examples of inductive research. 2. Describe the deductive approach to research, and provide examples of deductive research. 3. Describe the ways that inductive and deductive approaches may be complementary. Theories structure and inform sociological research. So, too, does research structure and inform theory. The reciprocal relationship between theory and research often becomes evident to students new to these topics when they consider the relationships between theory and research in inductive and deductive approaches to research. In both cases, theory is crucial, but the relationship between theory and research differs for each approach. Inductive and deductive approaches to research are quite different, but they can also be complementary. Let's start by looking at each one and how they differ from one another. Then we'll move on to thinking about how they complement one another. 2.1.3.1 Inductive approaches and some examples. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. In an inductive approach to research, a researcher begins by collecting data that is relevant to his or her topic of interest. Once a substantial amount of data have been collected, the researcher will then take a breather from data collection, stepping back to get a bird's eye view of her data. At this stage, the researcher looks for patterns in the data, working to develop a theory that could explain those patterns. Thus, when researchers take an inductive approach, they start with a set of observations and then, Chapter 226, they move from those particular experiences to a more general set of propositions about those experiences. In other words, they move from data to theory, or from the specific to the general. Figure 2.1 outlines the steps involved with an inductive approach to research. Figure 2.1 Inductive research, missing in original. There are many good examples of inductive research, but we'll look at just a few here. One fascinating recent study in which the researchers took an inductive approach was Catherine Allen, Christine Kessel, and Abby Goldberg's study, 2011-24 of how boys and young men learn about menstruation. To understand this process, Allen and her colleagues analyzed the written narratives of 23 young men in which the men described how they learned about menstruation, what they thought of it when they first learned about it, and what they think of it now. By looking for patterns across all 23 men's narratives, the researchers were able to develop a general theory of how boys and young men learn about this aspect of girls' and women's biology. They conclude that sisters play an important role in boys' early understanding of menstruation, that menstruation makes boys feel somewhat separated from girls, and that as they enter young adulthood and form romantic relationships, young men develop more mature attitudes about menstruation. In another inductive study, Kristen Ferguson and colleagues, Ferguson, Kim, and McCoy, 2011-25 analyzed empirical data to better understand how best to meet the needs of young people who are homeless. The authors analyzed data from focus groups with 20 young people at a homeless shelter. From these data they developed a set of recommendations for those interested in applied interventions that serve homeless youth. The researchers also developed hypotheses for people who might wish to conduct further investigation of the topic. though Ferguson and her colleagues did not test the hypotheses that they developed from their analysis, their study ends where most deductive investigations begin, with a set of testable hypotheses. 2.1.3.2 Deductive approaches and some examples. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Researchers taking a deductive approach take the steps described earlier for inductive research and reverse their order. They start with a social theory that they find compelling and then test its implications with data. That is, they move from a more general level to a more specific one. A deductive approach to research is the one that people typically associate with scientific investigation. The researcher studies what others have done, reads existing theories of whatever phenomenon he or she is studying, and then tests hypotheses that emerge from those theories. Figure 2.2 outlines the steps involved with a deductive approach to research. 24. Allen, K.R., Kessel, C.E., and Goldberg, A.E. 2011. More than just a punctuation mark, How Boys and Young Men Learn About Menstruation. Journal of Family Issues, 32, 129, 156. 25. Ferguson, K.M., Kim, M.E., and McCoy, S. 2011. Enhancing Empowerment and Leadership Among Homeless Youth in Agency and Community Settings, a Grounded Theory Approach. Child and Adolescent Social Work Journal, 28, 1, 22. 27. Figure 2.2 Deductive Research, Missing in Original. While not all researchers follow a deductive approach, as you have seen in the preceding discussion, many do, and there are a number of excellent recent examples of deductive research. We'll take a look at a couple of those next. In a study of U.S. law enforcement responses to hate crimes, Ryan King and colleagues, King, Messner, and Baller, 2009, 26 hypothesized that law enforcement's response would be less vigorous in areas of the country that had a stronger history of racial violence. The authors developed their hypothesis from their reading of prior research and theories on the topic. They tested the hypothesis by analyzing data on states' lynching histories and hate crime responses. Overall, the authors found support for their hypothesis. In another recent deductive study, Melissa Milkey and Catherine Warner, 2011, 27, studied the effects of different classroom environments on first graders' mental health. Based on prior research and theory, Milkey and Warner hypothesized that negative classroom features, such as a lack of basic supplies and even heat, would be associated with emotional and behavioral problems in children. The researchers found support for their hypothesis, demonstrating that policymakers should probably be paying more attention to the mental health outcomes of children's school experiences, just as they track academic outcomes. American Sociological Association. 2011, 28. 2.1.3.3 Complementary approaches. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. While inductive and deductive approaches to research seem quite different, they can actually be rather complementary. In some cases, researchers will plan for their research to include multiple components, one inductive and the other deductive. In other cases, a researcher might begin a study with the plan to only conduct either inductive or deductive research, but then he or she discovers along the way that the other approach is needed to help illuminate findings. Here is an example of each such case. In the case of my collaborative research on sexual harassment, we began the study knowing that we would like to take both a deductive and an inductive approach in our work. We therefore administered a quantitative survey, the responses to which we could analyze in order to test hypotheses, and also conducted qualitative interviews with a number of the survey participants. The survey data were well suited to a 26. King, R.D., Messner, S.F., and Baller, R.D. 2009. Contemporary Hate Crimes, Law Enforcement and the Legacy of Racial Violence. American Sociological Review, 74, to 91 315. 27. Milky, M.A., and Warner, C.H. 2011. Classroom Learning Environments and the Mental Health of First-Grade Children. Journal of Health and Social Behavior, 52, 4, 22. 28. The American Sociological Association wrote a press release on Milky and Warner's findings, American Sociological Association. 2011. Study, Negative Classroom Environment Adversely Affects Children's Mental Health. Retrieved from http://asinit.org/press. Chapter 228. Deductive approach. We could analyze those data to test hypotheses that were generated based on theories of harassment. The interview data were well suited to an inductive approach. We looked for patterns across the interviews and then tried to make sense of those patterns by theorizing about them. For one paper, Uggan and Blackstone, 2004, 29, we began with a prominent feminist theory of the sexual harassment of adult women and developed a set of hypotheses outlining how we expected the theory to apply in the case of younger women's and men's harassment experiences. We then tested our hypotheses by analyzing the survey data. In general, we found support for the theory that posited that the current gender system, in which heteronormative men wield the most power in the workplace, explained workplace sexual harassment not just of adult women but of younger women and men as well. In a more recent paper, Blackstone, Howell, and Uggan, 2006, 30, we did not hypothesize about what we might find but instead inductively analyzed the interview data, looking for patterns that might tell us something about how or whether workers' perceptions of harassment change as they age and gain workplace experience. From this analysis, we determined that workers' perceptions of harassment did indeed shift as they gained experience and that their later definitions of harassment were more stringent than those they held during adolescence. Overall, our desire to understand young workers' harassment experiences fully in terms of their objective workplace experiences, their perceptions of those experiences, and their stories of their experiences led us to adopt both deductive and inductive approaches in the work. Researchers may not always set out to employ both approaches in their work but sometimes find that their use of one approach leads them to the other. One such example is described eloquently in Russell Schutt's Investigating the Social World. 2006, 31. As Schutt describes, researchers Lawrence Sherman and Richard Burke, 1984. 32 conducted an experiment to test two competing theories of the effects of punishment on deterring deviance, in this case, domestic violence. Specifically, Sherman and Burke hypothesized that deterrence theory would provide a better explanation of the effects of arresting accused batterers than labeling theory. Deterrence theory predicts that arresting an accused spouse batterer will reduce future incidents of violence. Conversely, labeling theory predicts that arresting accused spouse batterers will increase future incidents. Figure 2.3 summarizes the two competing theories and the predictions that Sherman and Burke set out to test. Figure 2.3 predicting the effects of arrest on future spouse battery, missing in original. Sherman and Burke found, after conducting an experiment with the help of local police in one city, that arrest did in fact deter future incidents of violence, thus supporting 29. Uggan, C., and Blackstone, A. 2004. Sexual harassment as a gendered expression of power. American Sociological Review. 69, 64, 92. 30. Blackstone, A., Howell, J., and Uggan, C. At the time I thought it was great, age, experience, and workers' perceptions of sexual harassment. Presented at the 2006 meetings of the American Sociological Association. Currently under review. 31. Schutt, R.K. 2006. Investigating the Social World, the Process and Practice of Research. Thousand Oaks, C.A., Pine Forge Press. 32. Sherman, L.W., and Burke, R.A. 1984. The Specific Deterrent Effects of Arrest for Domestic Assault. American Sociological Review, 49, 261-72. 29. Their hypothesis that deterrence theory would better predict the effect of arrest. After conducting this research, they and other researchers went on to conduct similar experiments 33 in 6 additional cities: Burke, Campbell, Clapp, and Western, 1992, Pate and Hamilton, 1992, Sherman and Smith, 1992. 34 results from these follow-up studies were mixed. In some cases, arrest deterred future incidents of violence. In other cases, it did not. This left the researchers with new data that they needed to explain. The researchers therefore took an inductive approach in an effort to make sense of their latest empirical observations. The new studies revealed that arrest seemed to have a deterrent effect for those who were married and employed, but that it led to increased offenses for those who were unmarried and unemployed. Researchers thus turned to control theory, which predicts that having some stake in conformity through the social ties provided by marriage and employment, as the better explanation. Figure 2.4 Predicting the effects of arrest on future spouse battery, a new theory, missing in original. What the Sherman and Burke research, along with the follow-up studies, shows us is that we might start with a deductive approach to research, but then, if confronted by new data that we must make sense of, we may move to an inductive approach. Russell Schutt depicts this process quite nicely in his text, and I've adapted his depiction here. In Figure 2.5. Figure 2.5 The research process, moving from deductive to inductive in a study of domestic violence recidivism, missing in original. Key takeaways. The inductive approach involves beginning with a set of empirical observations, seeking patterns in those observations, and then theorizing about those patterns. The deductive approach involves beginning with a theory, developing hypotheses from that theory, and then collecting and analyzing data to test those hypotheses. Inductive and deductive approaches to research can be employed together for a more complete understanding of the topic that a researcher is studying. 33. The researchers did what's called replication. We'll learn more about replication in Research Ethics, page 33. 34. Burke, R., Campbell, A., Clapp, R., and Western, B. 1992. The deterrent effect of arrest in incidents of domestic violence, A. Bayesian analysis of 4 field experiments. American Sociological Review, 57, 698-708, Pate, A., and Hamilton, E. 1992. Formal and informal deterrents to domestic violence, the Dade County Spouse Assault Experiment. American Sociological Review, 57, 691-697, Sherman, L., and Smith, D. 1992. Crime, Punishment, and Stake in Conformity, Legal and Informal Control of Domestic Violence. American Sociological Review, 57, 680-690. Chapter 230. Though researchers don't always set out to use both inductive and deductive strategies in their work, they sometimes find that new questions arise in the course of an investigation that can best be answered by employing both approaches. Exercises. 1. For a hilarious example of logic gone awry, check out the following clip from Monty Python and Holy Grail, http://www.youtube.com. Watch, feature =player _embedded and v =yp_L5 you do the townspeople take an inductive or deductive approach to determine whether the woman in question is a witch. What are some of the different sources of knowledge? Recall, Introduction, page 3, they rely on? 2. Think about how you could approach a study of the relationship between gender and driving over the speed limit. How could you learn about this relationship using an inductive approach? What would a study of the same relationship look like if examined using a deductive approach? Try the same thing with any topic of your choice. How might you study the topic inductively? Deductively. 2.1.4 Revisiting an earlier question. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 Learning Objectives 1. Understand how theories and paradigms are relevant to sociological inquiry. 2. Understand how different levels of analysis and different approaches, such as inductive and deductive, can shape the way that a topic is investigated. At the beginning of this chapter I asked, what's theory got to do with it? Perhaps at the time, you weren't entirely sure, but I hope you now have some ideas about how you might answer the question. Just in case, let's review the ways that theories are relevant to social scientific research methods. Theories, paradigms, levels of analysis, and the order in which one proceeds in the research process all play an important role in shaping what we ask about the social world, how we ask it, and in some cases, even what we are likely to find. A micro-level study of gangs will look much different than a macro-level study of gangs. In some cases you could apply multiple levels of analysis to your investigation, but doing so isn't always practical or feasible. Therefore, understanding the different levels of analysis and being aware of which level you happen to be employing is crucial. One's theoretical perspective will also shape a study. In particular, the theory invoked will 31. Likely shape not only the way a question about a topic is asked but also which topic gets investigated in the first place. Further, if you find yourself especially committed to one paradigm over another, the possible answers you are likely to see to the questions that you pose are limited. This does not mean that social science is biased or corrupt. At the same time, we humans can never claim to be entirely value-free. Social constructionists and postmodernists might point out that bias is always a part of research to at least some degree. Our job as researchers is to recognize and address our biases as part of the research process, if an imperfect part. We all use particular approaches, be they theories, levels of analysis, or temporal processes, to frame and conduct our work. Understanding those frames and approaches is crucial not only for successfully embarking upon and completing any research-based investigation but also for responsibly reading and understanding others' work. So what's theory got to do with it? Just about everything. Key takeaways. The theory being invoked, and the paradigm from which a researcher frames his or her work, can shape not only the questions asked but also the answers discovered. Different levels of analysis lead to different points of focus on any given topic. Whether a researcher takes an inductive or deductive approach will determine the process by which he or she attempts to answer his or her research question. Exercise 1. Still not convinced about the value of theory? Perhaps the 3-minute sociologist will change your mind. http://youtube.com/watch feature =player_embedded and v =hogoff_slow_iu0. What does this video suggest about the value of theory? Chapter 232. Chapter 3 Research Ethics. 3.1 Ethics in Sociological Research. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Can pursuing a career in sociology land you in jail? As inconceivable as that may sound, ask sociology graduate student Scott DeMuth, and he'll likely tell you that indeed it can. Mr. DeMuth's recent jailing sparked debate across the blogosphere about the ethical rights and obligations of social researchers and about the moral and public purpose of sociological research. We'll discuss DeMuth's research later in this chapter. But first, let's consider the primary factor that shapes the ethics of sociological research, the fact that we conduct research on living human beings. 3.1.1 Research on Humans. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Define the term human subjects. 2. Describe and provide examples of non-human subjects that sociologists might examine. 3. Provide a brief outline of the history of research on human subjects. 4. Define institutional review boards and describe their purpose. In 1998, actor Jim Carrey starred in the movie The Truman Show. 1. At first glance, the film appears to depict a perfect sociological experiment. Just imagine the possibilities. If we could control every aspect of a person's life, from how and where that person lives to where he or she works to whom he or she marries. Of course, keeping someone in a bubble, controlling every aspect of his or her life, and sitting back and watching would be highly unethical, not to mention illegal. However, the movie clearly inspires thoughts about the differences between sociological research and research on non-humans. One of the most exciting and most challenging aspects of conducting sociological research is the fact that, at least much of the time, our subjects are living human beings whose free will and human rights will always have an impact on what we are able to research and how we are able to conduct that research. 1. You can read a brief synopsis of the film at http://title/tt01203882. 33. 3.1.1.1 Human research versus non-human research. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. While all research comes with its own set of ethical concerns, those associated with research conducted on human subjects vary dramatically from those of research conducted on non-living entities. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services defines a human subject as a living individual about whom an investigator, whether professional or student, conducting research obtains 1. Data through intervention or interaction with the individual, or 2. Identifiable private information, 1993. 2. In some states, human subjects also include deceased individuals and human fetal materials. Non-human research subjects, on the other hand, are objects or entities that investigators manipulate or analyze in the process of conducting research. In sociology, non-human research subjects typically include sources such as newspapers, historical documents, advertisements, television shows, buildings, and even garbage, to name just a few, that are analyzed for unobtrusive research projects. Unsurprisingly, research on human subjects is regulated much more heavily than research on non-human subjects. However, there are ethical considerations that all researchers must consider regardless of their research subject. We'll discuss those considerations in addition to concerns that are unique to research on human subjects. 3.1.1.2 A historical look at research on humans. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Research on humans hasn't always been regulated in the way that it is today. The earliest documented cases of research using human subjects are of medical vaccination trials, Rothman, 1987. 1 such case took place in the late 1700s, when scientist Edward Jenner exposed an 8-year-old boy to smallpox in order to identify a vaccine for the devastating disease. Medical research on human subjects continued without much law or policy intervention until the mid-1900s when, at the end of World War II, a number of Nazi doctors and scientists were put on trial for conducting human experimentation, during the course of which they tortured and murdered many concentration camp inmates. Faden and Beecham, 1986. For the trials, conducted in Nuremberg, Germany, resulted in the creation of the Nuremberg Code, a 10-point set of research principles designed to guide doctors and scientists who conduct research on human subjects. Today, the Nuremberg Code guides medical and other research conducted on human subjects, including social scientific research. 2. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services 1993. Institutional Review Board Guidebook Glossary. Retrieved from http://www.hhs.gov/orp/archive/irb. 3. Rothman, D.J. 1987. Ethics and Human Experimentation. The New England Journal of Medicine, 317, 1195-1199. 4. One little-known fact, as described by Faden and Beecham in their 1986 book, is that at the very time that the Nazis conducted their horrendous experiments, Germany did actually have written regulations specifying that human subjects must clearly and willingly consent to their participation in medical research. Obviously, these regulations were completely disregarded by the Nazi experimenters, but the fact that they existed suggests that efforts to regulate the ethical conduct of research, while necessary, are certainly not sufficient for ensuring that human subjects' rights will be honored. Faden, R.R., and Beecham, T.L. 1986. A History and Theory of Informed Consent. Oxford, UK, Oxford University Press. Chapter 334. Medical scientists are not the only researchers who have conducted questionable research on humans. In the 1960s, psychologist Stanley Milgram, 1974, conducted a series of experiments designed to understand obedience to authority, in which he tricked subjects into believing they were administering an electric shock to other subjects. In fact, the shocks weren't real at all, but some, though not many, of Milgram's research participants experienced extreme emotional distress after the experiment. Ogden, 2008. 6. A reaction of emotional distress is understandable. The realization that one is willing to administer painful shocks to another human being just because someone who looks authoritative has told you to do so might indeed be traumatizing, even if you later learn that the shocks weren't real. Around the same time that Milgram conducted his experiments, sociology graduate student Laud Humphreys, 1977, was collecting data for his dissertation research on the tearoom trade, the practice of men engaging in anonymous sexual encounters in public restrooms. Humphreys wished to understand who these men were and why they participated in the trade. To conduct his research, Humphreys offered to serve as a watch queen, the person who keeps an eye out for police and gets the benefit of being able to watch the sexual encounters in a local park restroom where the tearoom trade was known to occur. What Humphreys did not do was identify himself as a researcher to his research subjects. Instead, he watched his subjects for several months, getting to know several of them, learning more about the tearoom trade practice and, without the knowledge of his research subjects, jotting down their license plate numbers as they pulled into or out of the parking lot near the restroom. Sometime after participating as a watch queen, with the help of several insiders who had access to motor vehicle registration information, Humphreys used those license plate numbers to obtain the names and home addresses of his research subjects. Then, disguised as a public health researcher, Humphreys visited his subjects in their homes and interviewed them about their lives and their health. Humphreys's research dispelled a good number of myths and stereotypes about the tea-room trade and its participants. He learned, for example, that over half of his subjects were married to women and many of them did not identify as gay or bisexual. 8. Once Humphreys's work became public, the result was some major controversy at his home university. For example, the chancellor tried to have his degree revoked. Among sociologists in general, and among members of the public, as it raised public concerns about the purpose and conduct of sociological research. In addition, the Washington Post journalist Nicholas von Hoffman wrote the following warning about sociological snoopers. We're so preoccupied with defending our privacy against insurance investigators, dope sleuths, counter-espionage men, divorce detectives, and credit checkers, that we overlook the social scientists behind the hunting blinds who are also peeping into what we thought were our most private and secret lives. But they are there, studying us. 5. Milgram, S. 1974. Obedience to Authority, An Experimental View. New York, New York, Harper and Row. 6. Ogden, R. 2008. Harm. In L.M. Given, edition, The Sage Encyclopedia of Qualitative Research Methods, pages 379-380. Los Angeles, C.A., Sage. 7. Humphreys, L. 1970. Tea-room Trade, Impersonal Sex in Public Places. London, UK, Duckworth. 8. Humphreys's research is still relevant today. In fact, as the 2007 arrest of Idaho Senator Larry Craig in a public restroom at the Minneapolis St. Paul Airport attests, undercover police operations targeting tea-room activities still occur, more than 40 years after Humphreys conducted his research. Humphreys's research is also frequently cited by attorneys who represent clients arrested for lewd behavior in public restrooms. 35. Taking notes, getting to know us, as indifferent as everybody else to the feeling that to be a complete human involves having an aspect of ourselves that's unknown. Von Hoffman, 2008, 9. In the original version of his report, Humphreys defended the ethics of his actions. In 2008, years after Humphreys's death, his book was reprinted with the addition of a retrospect on the ethical implications of his work. 10. In his written reflections on his research and the fallout from it, Humphreys maintained that his tea-room observations constituted ethical research on the grounds that those interactions occurred in public places. But Humphreys added that he would conduct the second part of his research differently. Rather than trace license numbers and interview unwitting tea-room participants in their homes under the guise of public health research, Humphreys instead would spend more time in the field and work to cultivate a pool of informants. Those informants would know that he was a researcher and would be able to fully consent to being interviewed. In the end, Humphreys concluded that there is no reason to believe that any research subjects have suffered because of my efforts, or that the resultant demystification of impersonal sex has harmed society. p. 231. 11. As should be evident by now, there is no clear or easy answer to the question of whether Humphreys conducted ethical research. Today, given increasing regulation of social scientific research, chances are slim that a sociologist would be allowed to conduct a project similar to Humphrey's. Some argue that Humphrey's research was deceptive, put his subjects at risk of losing their families and their positions in society, and was therefore unethical. Warwick, 1973, Warwick, 1982. 12 others suggest that Humphreys's research did not violate any premise of either beneficence or the sociological interest in social justice, and that the benefits of Humphreys's research, namely the dissolution of myths about the tearoom trade specifically and human sexual practice more generally, outweigh the potential risks associated with the work. Lenza, 2004. 13. What do you think, and why? These and other studies, Reverby, 2009, 14, led to increasing public awareness of and concern about research on human subjects. In 1974, the U.S. Congress enacted the National Research Act, which created the National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects in Biomedical and Behavioral Research. The Commission produced 9. Von Hoffman, N. 1970, January 30. Sociological Snoopers. The Washington Post, p. B1. 10. Humphreys, L. 2008. Tearoom Trade, Impersonal Sex in Public Places, enlarged edition with a retrospect on ethical issues. New Brunswick, N.J., Aldine Transaction. 11. Humphreys, L. 2008. Tearoom Trade, Impersonal Sex in Public Places, enlarged edition with a retrospect on ethical issues. New Brunswick, N.J., Aldine Transaction. 12. Warwick, D.P. 1973. Tearoom Trade, Means and Ends in Social Research. Hastings Center Studies, 1, 39-49. See also Warwick, D.P. 1982. Types of Harm in Social Research. In T. L. Beecham, R. R. Faden, R. J. Wallace, Jr., and L. Walters. eds. Ethical Issues in Social Science Research. Baltimore, M.D., Johns Hopkins University Press. 13. Lenza, M. 2004. Controversies surrounding Lord Humphrey's Tearoom Trade, an unsettling example of politics and power in methodological critiques. International Journal of Sociology and Social Policy, 24, 2031. See also Nardi, P.M. 1995. The Breastplate of Righteousness, 25 years after Lord Humphrey's Tearoom Trade, Impersonal Sex in Public Places. Journal of Homosexuality, 30, 1, 10. 14. One such study is the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, conducted in Alabama from the 1930s to the 1970s. The goal of the study was to understand the natural progression of syphilis in human beings. Investigators working for the Public Health Service enrolled hundreds of poor African American men in the study, some of whom had been diagnosed with syphilis, and others who had not. Even after effective syphilis treatment was identified in the 1940s, research participants were denied treatment so that researchers could continue to observe the progression of the disease. The study came to an end in 1972 after knowledge of the experiment became public. In 1997, President Clinton publicly apologized on behalf of the American people for the study. http://4.nara.gov/txtenly/news/remarks. For more on the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, see Reverby, SM. 2009. Examining Tuskegee, the infamous syphilis study, and its legacy. Chapel Hill, NC, University of North Carolina Press. Chapter 336. The Belmont Report, a document outlining basic ethical principles for research on human subjects, National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects in Biomedical and Behavioral Research, 1979. 15. The National Research Act also required that all institutions receiving federal support establish institutional review boards, IRBs, to protect the rights of human research subjects, 1974. 16. Since that time, many organizations that do not receive federal support but where research is conducted have also established review boards to evaluate the ethics of the research that they conduct. 3.1.1.3 Institutional Review Boards. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. IRBs are tasked with ensuring that the rights and welfare of human research subjects will be protected at all institutions, including universities, hospitals, nonprofit research institutions, and other organizations that receive federal support for research. IRBs typically consist of members from a variety of disciplines, such as sociology, economics, education, social work, and communications, to name a few. Most IRBs also include representatives from the community in which they reside. For example, representatives from nearby prisons, hospitals, or treatment centers might sit on the IRBs of university campuses near them. The diversity of membership helps to ensure that the many and complex ethical issues that may arise from human subjects research will be considered fully and by a knowledgeable and experienced panel. Investigators conducting research on human subjects are required to submit proposals outlining their research plans to IRBs for review and approval prior to beginning their research. Even students who conduct research on human subjects must have their proposed work reviewed and approved by the IRB before beginning any research, though, on some campuses, some exceptions are made for classroom projects that will not be shared outside of the classroom. It may surprise you to hear that IRBs are not always popular or appreciated by researchers. Who wouldn't want to conduct ethical research, you ask? In some cases, the concern is that IRBs are most well versed in reviewing biomedical and experimental research, neither of which is particularly common within sociology. Much sociological research, especially qualitative research, is open-ended in nature, a fact that can be problematic for IRBs. The members of IRBs often want to know in advance exactly who will be observed, where, when, and for how long, whether and how they will be approached, exactly what questions they will be asked, and what predictions the researcher has for her or his findings. Providing this level of detail for a year-long participant observation within an activist group of 200+ members, for example, would be extraordinarily frustrating for the researcher in the best case and most likely would prove to be impossible. Of course, IRBs do not intend to have researchers avoid studying controversial topics or avoid using certain methodologically sound data collection techniques, but unfortunately, that is 15. National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects in Biomedical and Behavioral Research. 1979. The Belmont Report, Ethical Principles and Guidelines for the Protection of Human Subjects of Research. Retrieved from http://ohsr.od. nih.gov/guidelines/belmont.html. 16. National Research Act of 1974, Publication L. No. 93-348 Stat. 88. 1974. The Act can be read at http://history.nih.gov/research. Downloads/PL93-348 PDF. 37. Sometimes the result. The solution is not to do away with review boards, which serve a necessary and important function, but instead to help educate IRB members about the variety of social scientific research methods and topics covered by sociologists and other social scientists. Key takeaways. The fact that many of our research subjects in sociology are human presents a unique set of challenges and opportunities when it comes to conducting ethical research. Research on human subjects has not always been regulated to the extent that it is today. All institutions receiving federal support for research must have an IRB. Organizations that do not receive federal support but where research is conducted also often include IRBs as part of their organizational structure. Exercises. 1. Read the 10 principles of the Nuremberg Code at the National Institutes of Health website, http://ohsr.od.nih.gov/guidelines. Nuremberg HTML. Consider how these principles apply to sociological research. 2. Check out the IRB on your campus. Most IRBs have websites that contain useful information about the review process, membership, specific campus rules and regulations, and training. How does the IRB on your campus operate? Who are its members? 3. Watch the 2004 film Kinsey. How might your campus's IRB respond to Alfred Kinsey's research were he to submit a proposal for his work today? Why? 4. Read about Professor Jin Lee's 2011 lawsuit against Brown University, whose IRB barred Lee from using data she had collected in a study of Chinese American children's learning beliefs and socialization. http://brown-dailyherald.com/professor-sus-u-. Research Protocol 125181118 Number TIX 7 SCOQ1LC. What is your opinion of this case? Should Lee be allowed to use her data? Why or why not? 3.1.2 Specific ethical issues to consider. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Define informed consent, and describe how it works. Chapter 338. 2. Identify the unique concerns related to the study of vulnerable populations. 3. Understand the definitions of and the differences between anonymity and confidentiality. 4. Explain the 5 general principles of the American Sociological Association's Code of Ethics. As should be clear by now, conducting research on humans presents a number of unique ethical considerations. Human research subjects must be given the opportunity to consent to their participation in research. Further, subjects' identities and the information they share should be protected by researchers. Of course, how consent and identity protection are defined may vary by individual researcher, institution, or academic discipline. In Research on Humans, page 33, we examined the role that institutions play in shaping research ethics. In this section, we'll take a look at a few specific topics that individual researchers and sociologists in general must consider before embarking on research with human subjects. 3.1.2.1 Informed consent. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. A norm of voluntary participation is presumed in all sociological research projects. In other words, we cannot force anyone to participate in our research without that person's knowledge or consent. So much for that Truman Show experiment. Researchers must therefore design procedures to obtain subjects' informed consent to participate in their research. Informed consent is defined as a subject's voluntary agreement to participate in research based on a full understanding of the research and of the possible risks and benefits involved. Although it sounds simple, ensuring that one has actually obtained informed consent is a much more complex process than you might initially presume. The first requirement is that, in giving their informed consent, subjects may neither waive nor even appear to waive any of their legal rights. Subjects also cannot release a researcher, his or her sponsor, or institution from any legal liability should something go wrong during the course of their participation in the research. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, 2009. 17. Because sociological research does not typically involve asking subjects to place themselves at risk of physical harm by, for example, taking untested drugs or consenting to new medical procedures, sociological researchers do not often worry about potential liability associated with their research projects. However, their research may involve other types of risks. For example, what if a sociological researcher fails to sufficiently conceal the identity of a subject who admits to participating in a local swingers club, enjoying a little sadomasochistic activity now and again, or violating her marriage vows? While the law may not have. 17. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, 2009. Code of Federal Regulations, 45 CFR 46. The full set of requirements for informed consent can be read at http://www.hhs.gov/orp/human-subjects/guidance HTML number 46. 116. 39. Been broken in any of these cases, the subject's social standing, marriage, custody, rights, or employment could be jeopardized were any of these tidbits to become public. This example might seem rather extreme, but the point remains, even sociologists conduct research that could come with some very real legal ramifications. Beyond the legal issues, most institutional review boards, IRBs, require researchers to share some details about the purpose of the research, possible benefits of participation, and, most importantly, possible risks associated with participating in that research with their subjects. In addition, researchers must describe how they will protect subjects' identities, how and for how long any data collected will be stored, and whom to contact for additional information about the study or about subjects' rights. All this information is typically shared in an informed consent form that researchers provide to subjects. In some cases, subjects are asked to sign the consent form indicating that they have read it and fully understand its contents. In other cases, subjects are simply provided a copy of the consent form and researchers are responsible for making sure that subjects have read and understand the form before proceeding with any kind of data collection. Figure 3.1 contains a sample informed consent form taken from a research project on child-free adults. Note that this consent form describes a risk that may be unique to the particular method of data collection being employed, focus groups. Figure 3.1 Sample informed consent form, missing in original. One last point to consider when preparing to obtain informed consent is that not all potential research subjects are considered equally competent or legally allowed to consent to participate in research. These subjects are sometimes referred to as members of vulnerable populations, people who may be at risk of experiencing undue influence or coercion. 18. The rules for consent are more stringent for vulnerable populations. For example, minors must have the consent of a legal guardian in order to participate in research. In some cases, the minors themselves are also asked to participate in the consent process by signing special, age-appropriate consent forms designed specifically for them. Prisoners and parolees also qualify as vulnerable populations. Concern about the vulnerability of these subjects comes from the very real possibility that prisoners and parolees could perceive that they will receive some highly desired reward, such as early release, if they participate in research. Another potential concern regarding vulnerable populations is that they may be underrepresented in research, and even denied potential benefits of participation in research, specifically because of concerns about their ability to consent. So on the one hand, researchers must take extra care to ensure that their procedures for obtaining consent from vulnerable populations are not coercive, and the procedures for receiving approval to conduct research on these groups may be more rigorous than that for non-vulnerable populations. On the other hand, researchers must work to avoid excluding members of vulnerable populations from participation simply on the grounds that they are vulnerable, or that obtaining 18. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services guidelines on vulnerable populations can be read at http://gov/org/policy/populations. Chapter 340. Their consent may be more complex. While there is no easy solution to this double-edged sword, an awareness of the potential concerns associated with research on vulnerable populations is important for identifying whatever solution is most appropriate for a specific case. 3.1.2.2 Protection of Identities. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. As mentioned earlier, the informed consent process includes the requirement that researchers outline how they will protect the identities of subjects. This aspect of the process, however, is one of the most commonly misunderstood aspects of research. In protecting subjects' identities, researchers typically promise to maintain either the anonymity or the confidentiality of their research subjects. Anonymity is the more stringent of the two. When a researcher promises anonymity to participants, not even the researcher is able to link participants' data with their identities. Anonymity may be impossible for some sociological researchers to promise because several of the modes of data collection that sociologists employ, such as participant observation and face-to-face interviewing, require that researchers know the identities of their research participants. In these cases, a researcher should be able to at least promise confidentiality to participants. Offering confidentiality means that some identifying information on one's subjects is known and may be kept, but only the researcher can link participants with their data, and he or she promises not to do so publicly. As you can see under the risks section of the consent form in Figure 3.1, sometimes it is not even possible to promise that a subject's confidentiality will be maintained. This is the case if data are collected in public or in the presence of other research participants in the course of a group interview, for example. Protecting research participants' identities is not always a simple prospect, especially for those conducting research on stigmatized groups or illegal behaviors. Sociologist Scott DeMuth learned that all too well when conducting his dissertation research on a group of animal rights activists. As a participant observer, DeMuth knew the identities of his research subjects. So when some of his research subjects vandalized facilities and removed animals from several research labs at the University of Iowa, a grand jury called on Mr. DeMuth to reveal the identities of the participants in the raid. When DeMuth refused to do so, he was jailed briefly and then charged with conspiracy to commit animal enterprise terrorism and cause damage to the animal enterprise. Jaskek, 2009. 19. Publicly, DeMuth's case raised many of the same questions as Laud Humphrey's work 40 years earlier. What do social scientists owe the public? Is DeMuth, by protecting his research subjects, harming those whose labs were vandalized? Is he harming the taxpayers who funded those labs? Or is it more important that DeMuth emphasizes what he owes his research subjects, who were told their identities would be protected? DeMuth's case also sparked controversy among academics, some of whom thought that as an academic himself, DeMuth should have been more sympathetic to 19. Jaskek, S. 2009, December 4. Protecting his sources. Inside Higher Edition. Retrieved from http://www.insidehigher.com. News/2009/12/04/DeMuth. 41. The plight of the faculty and students who lost years of research as a result of the attack on their labs. Many others stood by DeMuth, arguing that the personal and academic freedom of scholars must be protected whether we support their research topics and subjects or not. DeMuth's academic advisor even created a new group, Scholars for Academic Justice, http://umn.wordpress.com, to support DeMuth and other academics who face persecution or prosecution as a result of the research they conduct. What do you think? Should DeMuth have revealed the identities of his research subjects? Why or why not? 3.1.2.3 Disciplinary Considerations. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Oftentimes specific disciplines will provide their own set of guidelines for protecting research subjects and, more generally, for conducting ethical research. For sociologists, the American Sociological Association, ASA, has adopted a set of ethical principles intended to guide researchers in the discipline. 2008. 20. The ASA Code features the following 5 general principles. 1. Professional competence. 2. Integrity. 3. Professional and scientific responsibility. 4. Respect for people's rights, dignity, and diversity. 5. Social responsibility. The principle of professional competence states that researchers should recognize their own limitations and only conduct research for which they have been properly trained. It also states that researchers should engage in ongoing education for themselves in order to remain competent. The principle of integrity directs that sociologists be honest, fair, and respectful in all their professional activities, including, but not limited to, their research activities. The third principle, professional and scientific responsibility, guides sociologists to be respectful in their relationships with one another at the same time that it warns against collegiality if it impedes one's ability to behave ethically. This principle balances scientific collegiality with public trust. In sociology, the fourth principle, respect for people's rights, dignity, and diversity, addresses the need to reduce bias in all professional activities. Finally, social responsibility, the fifth principle, states that sociologists should strive to advance the science of sociology and serve the public good. On their faces, these 5 principles seem straightforward and relatively easy to abide by. Of course, each of these principles, along with the 20 more specific ethical standards that follow in the ASA Code, must be interpreted by individual researchers. Consider, for example, how those who support Scott DeMuth's decision to remain silent about his research subjects' identities might differ in their understanding of the principles from those who feel that DeMuth should testify and break his promise of confidentiality to subjects. 20. American Sociological Association, 2008. Code of Ethics and Policies and Procedures of the ASA Committee on Professional Ethics, Washington, D.C., ASA. Chapter 342. Key Takeaways. Researchers must obtain the informed consent of the people who participate in their research. If a researcher promises anonymity, he or she cannot link individual participants with their data. If a researcher promises confidentiality, he or she promises not to reveal the identities of research participants, even though the researcher can link individual participants with their data. The ASA has developed a code of ethics to which American sociologists are expected to adhere. Exercises. 1. Go to the Scholars for Academic Justice website at http://wordpress.com. What is your position on the cases that are described there? 2. Look up the American Sociological Association's full code of ethics, which includes ethical guidelines for research as well as guidelines For the other roles that sociologists play, such as teaching, at http://asaneti.org/images/asa/docs. Can you find the 5 principles noted previously? What more have you learned about the ASA Code of Ethics by reviewing the full code online? 3.1.3 Ethics at Micro, Meso, and Macro Levels. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objective 1. Identify and distinguish between micro, meso, and macro level considerations with respect to the ethical conduct of social scientific research. One useful way to think about the breadth of ethical questions that might arise out of any research project is to think about potential issues from the perspective of different analytical levels. In Linking Methods with Theory, page 17, you learned about the micro, meso, and macro levels of inquiry, and how a researcher's specific point of focus might vary depending on his or her level of inquiry. Here we'll apply the micro-meso-macro framework to a discussion of research ethics. Within most research projects, there are specific questions that arise for researchers at each of these 3 levels. At the micro level, researchers must consider their own conduct and the rights of individual research participants. For example, did Stanley Milgram behave ethically? 43. When he allowed research participants to think that they were administering electronic shocks to fellow participants? Did Lord Humphreys behave ethically when he deceived his research subjects about his own identity? Were the rights of individuals in these studies protected? While there may not be any easy answers, the questions posed here are the sort that you will want to ask yourself as a researcher when considering ethics at the micro level. At the meso level, researchers should think about the expectations of their given profession, in this case, sociology, as discussed in specific ethical issues to consider. Page 38, the American Sociological Association, ASA, has a code of ethics that outlines our profession's expectations when it comes to how we conduct our research. The ASA also has a strong history of supporting sociologists who conduct research in a way that follows the code of ethics but for which they experience some legal trouble. In 2009, for example, when Scott DeMuth was facing terrorism charges, the ASA's Animals and Societies section wrote a public statement in support of DeMuth. 21. 16 years earlier, in 1993, the ASA wrote an amicus brief in support of Washington State University sociology graduate student Rick Scarce who, like DeMuth, was conducting a study of animal rights activism for his dissertation research. 22 Scarce spent 159 days in jail because he refused to share with authorities the nature of conversations he'd had with several of his research participants, animal rights activists, suspected of vandalizing animal research facilities. Scarce v. United States, 1993. 23. Finally, at the macro level, a researcher should consider her or his duty to, and the expectations of, society. Perhaps the most high-profile case involving macro-level questions of research ethics comes from debates over whether to use data gathered by, or cite published studies based on data gathered from, the Nazis in the course of their unethical and horrendous experiments on humans during World War II, Mo. 1984, 24. Some argue that because the data were gathered in such an unquestionably unethical manner, they should never be used. Further, some who argue against using the Nazi data point out that not only were the experiments immoral but the methods used to collect data were also scientifically questionable. The data, say these people, are neither valid nor reliable and should therefore not be used in any current scientific investigation. Berger, 1990. 25. On the other hand, some people argue that data themselves are neutral, that information gathered is independent of the ethics of the methods and that the two are not linked together. Poses, 1992, p. 104. 26. Others point out that not using the data could inadvertently strengthen the claims of those who deny that the Holocaust ever happened. In his striking statement in support of publishing the data, medical ethics professor Velvlo Green says, 21. Council of the Animals and Society section of the American Sociological Association, support for Scott DeMuth. 2009. Retrieved from http://davenportgrandjury.wordpress.com/solidary-statements. 22. American Sociological Association. 1993. Case 99, a real case involving the protection of confidential data. Retrieved from http://www.asaneti.org/ethics. 23. Scarce v. United States, 5F3D 397, 399 400, 9th Circle 1993. 24. Mo. K. 1984. Should the Nazi research data be cited? The Hastings Center Report, 14, 5, 7. 25. Berger, P.L. 1990. Nazi Science, the Dachau Hypothermia Experiments. New England Journal of Medicine, 322. 1435-1440. 26. Poses, R.S. 1992. Scientific Inquiry and Ethics, the Dachau Data. In A. L. Kaplan, edition, When Medicine Went Mad, Bioethics and the Holocaust, p. 104. Totawa, N.J., Humana Press. Chapter 344. Instead of banning the Nazi data or assigning it to some archivist or custodial committee, I maintain that it be exhumed, printed, and disseminated to every medical school in the world along with the details of methodology and the names of the doctors who did it, whether or not they were indicted, acquitted, or hanged. Let the students and the residents and the young doctors know that this was not ancient history or an episode from a horror movie where the actors get up after filming and prepare for another role. It was real. It happened yesterday. Green, 1992, pages 169-170, 27. While debates about the use of data collected by the Nazis are typically centered on medical scientists' use of them, there are conceivable circumstances under which these data might be used by social scientists. Perhaps, for example, a social scientist might wish to examine contemporary reactions to the experiments. Or perhaps the data could be used in a study of the sociology of science. What do you think? Should data gathered by the Nazis be used or cited today? What arguments can you make in support of your position, and how would you respond to those who disagree? Table 3.1 summarizes the key questions that researchers might ask themselves about the ethics of their research at each level of inquiry. Level of inquiry. Focus. Key ethics questions for researchers to ask themselves. Does my research impinge on the individual's right to privacy? Could my research offend subjects in any way? Could my research cause emotional distress to any of my subjects? Micro-individual. Has my own conduct been ethical throughout the research process? Meso group. Does my research follow the ethical guidelines of my profession and discipline? Table 3.1 Key ethics questions at 3 different levels of inquiry. 27. Green, V.W. 1992. Can scientists use information derived from the concentration camps? Ancient Anwares to New Questions. In A. L. Kaplan, edition, When Medicine Went Mad, Bioethics and the Holocaust, pages 169-170. Totawa, N.J., Humana Press. 45. Have I met my duty to those who funded my research? Does my research meet the societal expectations of social research? Macro society. Have I met my social responsibilities as a researcher? Table 3.1 Key ethics questions at 3 different levels of inquiry. Key takeaways. At the micro level, researchers should consider their own conduct and the rights of individual research participants. At the meso level, researchers should consider the expectations of their profession and of any organizations that may have funded their research. At the macro level, researchers should consider their duty to, and the expectations of society with respect to social scientific research. Exercises. 1. The ASA website offers a case study of Rick Scars's experience with protecting his data. You can read the case, and some thought-provoking questions about it, here. http://www.asaneti.org/ethics. Detail CFM, ID = case 99. What questions and concerns about conducting sociological research does Scars's experience raise for you? 2. The PBS series Nova has an informative website and exercise on public opinion of the use of the Nazi experiment data. Go through The exercise at http://wgbh.org/wgbh/nova/Holocaust. Experiments HTML 3.1.4